In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Good morning. Good morning. Grand Rising. Thank you for being here. Please come in, hit the like button, stay a while, and let's get into some world news. We're going to talk about the news today. We're going to talk about what's going on in the world that may affect you and how you live your life. You know, some real shit we're going to talk about today. Hey, foot soldier, it is good to see you. Have a great remainder of your day. Let me see. Let me get into some things that I've been wanting to talk about this. I forgot to talk about this on my last live, but I haven't seen much of this on any for-profit media. I mean, it may have been mentioned a little bit, but I really kind of wanted to get into this Michael Cohen situation. So, if any of you have been listening to me, you have heard me talk about Letitia James, what is she? She's over the Southern District of New York. Her Department of Black Women, an educated Black woman, successfully prosecuted 4547. And her lead DA, the guy who was over the DA offices, Alvin Braggs, he was the one who, I think he was actually in court for the cases and actually questioned witnesses in cases against 4547. Now, that's where the SA case was tried and he was convicted of, and also the fraud cases about his business. The 32 or 33 counts of fraud were tried and convicted. Now, we know that he went after Letitia James, and he tried to actually criminalize her for some made up shit that the person who he put of head, Bill Putte, the guy who he put in charge of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. He tried to imprison her behind some made up shit that Bill Pulte said Letitia James had uh, claimed two mortgages as her primary residence. We also know that Bill Pulte had unilaterally gone through all of the mortgages of people who could be perceived enemies of 4547. So we know Lisa Cook, the first black woman governor over the feds. He actually said that she had done the same thing, but he didn't try to put Lisa Cook up on criminal charges like he did Letitia James. No, he just wanted to fire Lisa Cook from her job. So that's exactly what he did. And the Supreme Court, up until now, have put Lisa Cook back into her job. So they are supposed to make a ruling if he even have, well, technically, the Fed is supposed to be separate from the executive branch of government. So the Supreme Court hasn't figured out which way they're going to bend the law and give him what he wants. So Lisa Cook was allowed to go back to her job. A very educated black woman in that position, that he has not been allowed to fire her from her job. Now he has an investigation on Jerome Powell. He who said is unqualified, but understand as the Fed chair, and understand that Jerome Powell was put in as the Fed chair by 4547 on his first uh, go around as president. That's how Jerome Powell even has his job. The one that they're investigating him about now. Okay, so what does Michael Cohen has to do with this? Well, if it was prior to Michael Cohen going to jail, Michael Cohen has a lot to do with this. Now, more people that Bill Pulte, who is over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, brought attention to. I think Adam Schiff. He has accused him of the same thing. A couple more people that you know he tried to give 4547 a reason to go after these alleged enemies of 4547. Hasn't worked out for Bill Pulte very well. And it really didn't work out for Bill Pulte very well because it was discovered that Bill Pulte's own father, the father of the Pultes of the Pulte home building uh, construction conglomerate that dates back to the Pulte's grandfather. It didn't work out for Bill Pulte so well when it was later reported that Bill Pulte had done the exact same thing that they were trying to have Letitia James jailed for, and that they were trying to take the job away from Lisa Cook. He had classified two homes as his primary residence. Did he try to get charges bought on his own father for doing that very same thing? No. What happened was his father had to pay extra taxes on of his uh, one of his homes. So I just want to be clear of where we are with Letitia James. So Letitia James was also someone who bought in Cohen. Uh, they called him 4547's fixer. Letitia James brought in Michael Cohen, the fixer, the attorney, the crooked attorney, the one who used to be so happy to be disgusting and rude to the press. They brought him up, and I had some questions for him because surely he must have been aware of some of the illegal things that 45, 47 was up to. Now, uh, Michael Cohen has admitted that he was the one who bought the check from 45, 47 to the adult movie star Stormy Daniels. He was the one who paid her off, and the illegal a campaign contribution funds. Well, actually, 45, 47 supporters, because she was allegedly paid off with campaign money. So that's what got him into hot water. And that's what sent him to jail. Now, understand, while the January 6 people and a whole lot of other white collar criminal, a former president of Honduras who bought over 400 tons of drugs to the United States, all of these people have been pardoned. But the fixer, as of yet, has not been pardoned. The fixer tried to come out and said, "Oh well, I hope I'm pardoned," but he wasn't pardoned. And then the fixer got bitter, and then the fixer decided that he had more that he wanted to say, and he did a series of interviews, and he started being having guest spots on different uh, left left leaning news channels and YouTube channels. And they kind of like what he was bringing. He was irate, he was indignant, and he was a victim. He should have known all of this time. He was a little repentant, a little, but the vengeance that he was spitting out made him a little popular in some circles. Move, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, you, um, Ebony Diamond. Hey, Barry Carey, Grand Rising. Hey, Max, I decided against it, Max. It's I know why you here, Max. Max, are you still here? Max probably like, I ain't come over here to talk about that shit. Max, if you here, if you are still here, let me drop the link. If you want to come up, we can chit chat. If you're gone, I understand. Okay, okay. So, okay. Let me pin the link. I always forget to even bother to drop the link. Oh, let me set my goals. If you learned something new here today, please feel free to help me reach my goals, because my goal is to let you in on some things that you may not be familiar with. That is the only reason I'm here, to give you news that you may have not heard on this for-profit media. So if I meet a goal by telling you something you are not familiar with, please feel welcome to help me reach my goal of 10 of 5 chat super chats, any color. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, so I believe Max has left the building. I have created my goals. So let's get back into Michael Cohen, shall we? So Good, good, good. Okay, so Michael Cohen. So Michael Cohen. Where was I with Michael Cohen? So he became popular in um, the sphere of speaking about what he knew about 45, 47. He presented himself as someone who was willing to tell everything. He was ready to talk this Michael Cohen. Okay, let me let me remove this layer. Okay, so what was he willing to talk about? He acted like he was willing to talk about anything you wanted to know. He wanted to give away any information that you were interested in about 45, 47. So it was a quite a few months ago, and he even got he even became a co-host on one of the Midas Touch Network show. And then he went on to get his own show on the Midas Touch Network. Now, if you are familiar with the Midas Touch Networks, it's one of the fastest rising left leaning YouTube channels that there is. It's three brothers. I believe two of them are attorneys, are actual attorneys. And the Midas Touch, I think they have close to 6 million viewers. Don't quote me, go over there and check them out. So the fixer was so impactive when they would ask him questions, and they thought that oh, I didn't learn my way. I am I have learned the errors of my ways, and I hate that I was used that way, and all of this good stuff that Michael Cohen was over there yapping about. Uh, I don't know. I am not lying. I am not lying, but I never watched Michael Cohen's show, and I thought that he was always a bit much when he appeared on the Midas Touch. It was something about Michael Cohen that I really did not care for. And come to find out uh, that there is a good reason why, because it come to find out, Michael Cohen. Something struck me about Michael Cohen while he was at the Midas Touch. There was an interview that he did with Tyra Palmieri, and I saw this interview, and I saw her ask him a little simple question in the context of what they were talking about. They were talking about one of the Epstein survivors. I think her name is Katie Johnson. That's who it was, Katie Johnson. So hold on. Tyra Palmieri asked asked him a question about Katie Johnson, and he acted as if he had never had any information about any of the Epstein stuff. I know nothing about. I didn't have to fix anything regarding the Epstein stuff. Excuse me, I'm back. So let's get into what I saw that day. And it struck me odd that he got real defensive over her asking him questions that seemed to be quite innocuous, quite innocent questions. But Michael Cohen, the fixer for 45, 47, who just, of all people, who was paying off his mistress, had no idea about anything regarding Epstein. Let's review this because I found it quite interesting, and I want to share that actual interview with you so you can see a little bit of it yourself. Let me find it. Let me have it held. And I hope you guys are stacking up on all of your medical supplies. I hope you are stocking up on your canned goods. I hope you guys are um, getting your generators ready because unfortunately, it doesn't appear that the United States may be in war. Not by the making of anyone else, but 45, 47. If you are unaware, there are many troops going into Greenland from Europe. Uh, uh, being prepared to fight the United States. If you are unaware, Canada as well has been put on a war footing to fight the United States because everyone is so quiet, including all of the rest of our elected leaders who it is obviously it is obvious that we have a fool in the White House. So the rest of the world, our NATO allies, are on a putting themselves on a war footing to come up against the United States. I just wanted you to be aware of that. I have been telling you guys that you really need to make sure that you have things that are going to keep you safe and are going to keep you comfortable because of this person who is in office is uh, definitely taking us down a path that you are going to need it. Where is this? Oh, maybe I saved it for another day. I apologize. Let me find this. Okay, let me find what I want with this Michael Cohen shenanigans. I had it for my last show. That's where I had it all hid. Okay, let's get into Michael Cohen, shall we? It's like you been said that we've been waiting on you. What are you talking about? Are we ready? Are you ready? Okay, where, 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 where. I think it'll be easier if I just type it in. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Hmm. Here we are. Here we are. Finally, finally, I found it. Let me share this with you. This will be the first link in my description box as well. Let me share my screen with you so you can see Michael Cohen. Uh, Not know. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing. I ain't nothing. I know. I don't know nothing about that. Michael Cohen feigns ignorance about anything Epstein. But then he's going to say, but there was one case that I did handle. I investigated. Now, understand that an attorney is not a private investigator. He's going to tell you that he did investigate one case that turned out to be false. Now, he doesn't tell you how he got to the fact that this case turned out to be false. He said it was involving an infant child. An infant child, an infant. Now, I don't confuse 12 to 14 year olds as infants, but he said it was an infant, which means he put you in the mind that this was a baby that he was speaking of, and he did his due diligence and he went to the address, and of course it was a empty parking lot, because in New York City, all these accounts of the people are giving addresses to empty parking lots. It seems to be a lot of empty parking lots in New York City all of a sudden. It's a wonder that parking is so bad in New York City. He said that he deemed the case was false because he went to the address and it was an empty. Let me share the screen with you. It is a lot. And what does this have to do with Letitia James running you? Let's find out together.
Welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show. So many of you have asked me about Katie Johnson. She feels very much like the missing piece in the Jeffrey Epstein story because she is the one lawsuit that we know of that connects to the president of the United States, one of the most powerful people in the world. And she filed this lawsuit during the 2016 campaign 3 times, okay? And at the time, she claimed that she was raped by Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump in Epstein's townhouse in 1994 when she was just 13 years old and was an aspiring model. Now, she dropped that case just days before the election, before she was set to hold a press conference in Los Angeles. And her lawyer, Lisa Bloom, one of her lawyers, said that she dropped it because of death threats and intimidation. And every time I look at my comments, my emails, everything that I get from you, the feedback, you're always asking about Katie Johnson, right? Well, I can't say anything about her really because she's never come forward. She's decided to remain anonymous in the shadows. And even Katie Johnson, that name, it's a pseudonym. It's a Jane Doe. That is not her real name because it's really difficult and it's really hard for Jane Does to come out and tell their stories without fear of retribution, without fear of private investigators coming after them and their family and trying to intimidate them into backing down from their story, right? So people...
Okay, so it's hard because private investigators could come after them and all of this and uh, interrupt their lives when they are trying to file a case against a prominent rich person. We understand that. So what it would not be hard for the rich person's personal attorney, which Michael Cohen was, uh, who has authority over all such filings against a rich prominent person. I want you to understand that he was not a private investigator. He was his personal attorney who has privy to all cases in lawsuits filed against him. So I wanted to give you the front end of the story so you can understand it. This link is under my description box under the fixer. Let's move forward a little bit and get into this story.
I would be very shocked if Donald Trump actually can do
on TV to defend President Trump, because he hasn't said anything nice about him since he went to prison for connection to those hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. And there was another one to Karen McDougal, although I don't believe that it was connected to his time in prison. But he went to prison essentially as a fall guy for President Trump. And he has had nothing nice to say about him. He has a prominent Substack, YouTube channel, etc. But then I thought again about something that Michael Cohen had said earlier. I started Googling, and he said that he cast doubt on the Wall Street Journal's reporting that President Trump gave Jeffrey Epstein this depraved birthday card for his 50th birthday inside of a naked woman's body. And it suggested that they had some sort of shared secret about sexual trysts, that it was an enigma. Well, Michael Cohen said on CNN that President Trump doesn't use the word enigma and that he can't doodle. Take a listen here.
I have never once seen him doodle. I never saw him draw a picture. In fact, I would be very shocked if Donald Trump actually can doodle. It's just not his thing. And the language, using words like enigma, that's not a Donald Trump word.
Well, it turns out that one.
Now, that's the thing that also made me side-eye him, as he's over on the Midas Touch, playing the role like he was so anti-45-47. Now, when this story came out about the handwritten birthday card, he was also he went everywhere he could, saying that that's not his language. Now we have him using the word enigma. Lawrence O'Donnell, as I showed him using the word enigma quite frequently, and we also have examples of other doodlings that he has made money for and have put into auctions for fundraisers for different charities. So Michael Cohen was out front trying to separate 45-47 behind that drawing that was years ago, that no one could have known would come up in 2025. He tried to be the one. He's such the professional on everything 45-47. He came in and cock-blocked from the connection between Epstein and 45-47 quite vigorously. He was all over. He was like dog shit. He was everywhere about this. He's no fan of him, but he cock blocked and tried to be real successful at cock blocking between the connection between Epstein and 45-47. Now, like I say, he is yet to get a pardon. But let's continue. Now, Letitia James, she was brought up on criminal charges when the other brown noser, Bill Pulte, lied and said that she had done something wrong with her mortgages. How did that work out? The case was dropped because the person who was trying the case was not qualified to be in the position. Lindsay Halligan. You remember me talking about Lindsay Halligan so much? The attorney who decided that she would be the one who would bring the case against Letitia James, and did so much crooked shit with the grand jury, to the point that the whole grand jury did not even sign the grand jury paperwork. This has been reported, to the point that the whole grand jury was not even in the room when she surmised and summarized her case, as reported, who was so crooked that she did not even have a court reporter to write down the rules and the end of her case, because she said the court reporter left. So we were supposed to take Lindsay Halligan word, the former contestant in one of 45-47 little beauty pageants when she was a young girl. I don't remember if it was the Trump Jr. Pageant, but she was one of these in one of these pageants. And after the case was thrown out because she was unqualified, she remained in the office, and she continued to sign her name as what is that position? She to sign her name as the I forget the her exact position, like the lead Department of Justice attorney of of the Northern District of Virginia. Now, she was alerted that no, you're not qualified to have. You were not supposed to be appointed by 4547. So you, in fact, do not have this position by a judge. But and they threw the case out against Letitia James and against James Comey over the FBI. So someone else would have to bring the case if they wanted to try to retry the case. Now, why was she in that position? Because the real person who was supposed to be in that position, he refused to try the case because he didn't think that there was a case there. So what happened to him? They got rid of him and replaced him with the bimbo. So the bimbo goes in there and screws the case up and do some bullshit with the grand jury and there's no court reporter here and all of this junior league shit and gets the case thrown out. So they say, well, we're gonna bring the case again. Here comes Pam Bimbo. We're gonna bring the case against her then. And then what happened? The understudy to Lindsay Halligan refused to bring the case. And what happened to him recently? He was fired by the DOJ. So her underling, the person with the most experience, who they should have gone to in the first place, after the person who she replaced said that there was no case, instead of going to the second in command, no, they put her in place to do his bidding. And now the second in command has lost his job too because he would not retry this case against Letitia James. Also, there was a case that they had in the Northern District of New York that the for-profit media said barely a word about, that 4547 got someone else to try against Letitia James. He basically wanted to subpoena her whole fucking office and go through all of her paperwork, saying that the conviction that she secured against 4547 was done improperly. She did things improper in securing the conviction of 4547, and he also made allegations that she did things improper to secure the conviction of the NRA. So therefore, he needed to go to her office and go through all of her paperwork. A fishing expedition is what he basically wanted to do. This person who was over the Northern District of New York. But what happened to him? You guys didn't even hear that much about this case that they were trying to put against Letitia James. So he brought charges. Yes, he did. On those two things. He brought charges, but what happened to him? A judge deemed that he was in his position illegally as well. Another illegal appointee that 4547 put in the position to try to bring criminal charges against someone who was successfully who had successfully charged him for the crimes that a jury of his peers agreed that he had committed. This is where Letitia James comes in. So now we got Mike Cohen. He had to come down and he had to talk to Adam Braggs, who was over this fraud case that 4547. He may have been over the SA case where he SA'd a woman in I think it was Bergdorf Goodman. He may have been over both of these cases, Adam Bragg. But who is Adam Bragg's boss? Letitia James, because she was over the whole Southern District of New York. So he brings in 4547 fixers Adam Michael Cohen, Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen finds himself in jail. So Michael Cohen is bitter. So here we are. I wanted to remind you that we're talking about Letitia James here. Who? Letitia James. Oh, somebody has hit the link. Let me see. I don't know who this person is. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Oh, hold on one second. Hello.
Hello. It's Happy.
Hey, happy butterfly. I'm like, I don't know this person. What's going on, Happy?
Well, nothing much. I was just seeing what's going on, and yeah, Trump is fucking shit up as usual, so I'm not surprised what he got going.
Oh, so Happy, are you ready to go to war? I mean,
well,
hey, Jackson Street. Well, what?
are you ready?
It doesn't matter if I'm ready or not, and unfortunately, this is something that the American citizens are have never been through since the Civil War. There has never been any fighting on American soil. So it appears that there may be some fighting on American soil because Canada and a whole lot of G7 allies are piling up in Greenland.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. So yeah, it looks like there's gonna be cyber attacks everywhere, and then Trump is gonna try to stay in office by enacting martial law. So he
Mm-hmm.
ain't gonna go.
He's already said he doesn't see a reason to have midterm elections
Yep.
because he knows that the most likely that he would lose the House and the Senate. So he has already said he doesn't see a reason to have midterm elections. And yeah, Zelensky was in the Oval Office, and he said something about them having uh, elections in Ukraine, and then uh, uh, Vladimir Zelensky told him, "Well, we can't because we're in the middle of a war. So once this war is over." And then he said, "Oh, you're in a war. Oh, well, thanks for telling me that. I may have to use that pretty soon." He said that out loud when Zelensky was in his office.
Wow.
Yeah. So is there anything else, Happy?
Uh, I just wish the people good luck because there is going to be wars and rumors of wars. I mean, you're going to see it in Canada. You're going to see it like in Iran and stuff. It's just a lot going on. Perilous times, I tell you.
Wade, I did say that the Civil War was fought on American land, sweetheart. Catch up, Wade. Thank you for the information I already knew. I said there has been no war fought on American soil other than the Civil War. I thought I was speaking English. Is my English okay this morning, Happy Life?
Yeah, you said it's being fought on American soil. Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's get. Hey, Jackson Street, it is good to see you. Wade, welcome. He said that a president can serve 2 terms consistently. Zelensky won't hold election because he loses. No, Zelensky is in the middle of a war. So, So you expect Zelensky to go out and have people in the middle of a war stand in line to vote? What type of campaign would be waged in the Ukraine right now?
It says Spanish
The
American
Spanish
War.
American War was on American soil when the Mexicans attacked Texas. Okay, I I stand corrected. Thank you for that information.
They throw parties in Ukraine.
Okay, so do they throw elections in Ukraine? I haven't seen a party thrown in Ukraine. I've seen no parties. I've seen a war. I've seen Ukraine in the middle of a war. Uh, Hitler held parties in his little private bunker. Did he have elections? Okay, okay. So let me get back into this real story about Letitia James, and you're allowed to, if you need to drop down, that's fine. You're allowed to stay. I want to. This little dog trying to get my attention. He around here walking around, shaking his collar like he need to stretch. He just trying to get attention. I know what he doing. Happy life. Do you hear his little collar back there?
Yeah, give us some attention. He's your dog.
All right, let's get back into what I wanted to tell you about Michael Cohen, the fixer. This link is in my description box under the fixer.
One of President Trump's doodles was auctioned off at Sotheby's, and he has used the word enigma before.
Now, caution's an enigma to me. Caution's an enigma.
So I'm like, why is Michael Cohen saying this? And then the lights went off for me. Michael Cohen might know more about Katie Johnson. Her suit was filed in the fall of 2016, in the 2016 election period, at the same time that he was the fixer handling Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal. Surely this was another case that he would want to go away. So I thought, why not just ask Michael directly? And that's what I do in this episode. And it is extremely revealing. It really is. We talk about this case. He says he can't remember it. He stammers. But he does remember dealing with another Jeffrey Epstein Trump-related complaint in which the plaintiff said that she was raped by President Trump with Epstein when she was younger. And it sounds very similar to the Katie Johnson case, although he says that they're not the same. I think you should take a listen to this interview. It's stammering, it's wide-ranging. You know, Michael is very defensive. He gets very angry at me at times. There's a lot of curse words in it. But I'm just trying to understand what happened. And he really revealed to me a lot about how Trump's orbit dealt with these complaints. The fact that they sent private investigators to find out who this anonymous Jane Doe was. I mean, Jane Doe's use fake addresses. Usually their law firm that they retain's address so that they can protect themselves and their identities. I think it's worth taking a listen to this conversation. I'm curious to think what you think about it. What do you think Michael Cohen knows? What do you think he doesn't know? Who do you think he's talking about? Because, you know, I've been looking around. I haven't been able to find another complaint that is as similar to Katie Johnson's that was filed at the same time in the 2016 election that was withdrawn voluntarily, just like Katie Johnson's in 2016, right before the election. Sounds like Michael Cohen might be talking about Katie Johnson. Take a listen here. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you know more than I do. I'd love to hear what you know.
Tara Palmieri. Tara, how you doing? How's everything going? We have a lot to talk about. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, we do. Thanks for having me on your show. Want to invite all of my followers as well from the Red Letter. Yeah, I just was, I saw you on MSNBC this weekend, and I've just been seeing you all over the place talking about the Epstein story. And as you know, I've been covering that for so long.
Yes, that's the right way to say it. My longtime friend.
That is the right way to say it. You know, for somebody who's as eloquent and is, you know, is sort of comical and whimsical in my writing, yes, my longtime friend. And by the way,
Okay.
just to add to what Tara was saying, if you're a subscriber to me at the very top there, you know, actually, it was Jolly who turned around and told me how to do this. At the very top, you know that Chiron that you see? It says Michael Cohen, then it says Tara Palmieri. Do you know that if you tap on that, my subscribers can immediately subscribe to you and then vice versa. So to those of you that
So you see how he wants to come on here and make sure he gets subscribers. He wants to make sure you know how to subscribe to him so he can get money.
Yeah, he
are my
trying hard.
subscribers, please.
Go ahead. I apologize.
No, I was just saying he trying hard.
Yeah, he want to make sure you know where to subscribe to him.
Make sure that you subscribe to Tara and vice versa.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So yes, I was
Yeah,
on.
that's a great idea. I had no idea about that. Great to know.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so like I was looking, you know, I saw you on the weekend with my old colleague Eugene Daniels, and
You're a longtime colleague.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it got me back to thinking that like you were Trump's lawyer and fixer during a period of time.
You also see how she contradict him when he came out and tried to protect 4547, saying he doesn't use the word enigma and he doesn't doodle. She showed you him using the word enigma, and she also showed the doodles that he did and submitted as things for charities to raise money on. You saw her do that, right?
Yeah.
And you were you here for the part when he was trying to protect Trump and say that he doesn't doodle and I know him and he doesn't do this? Did you hear that part? Just played.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know him. He doesn't do this. I
Right.
know Trump.
Okay. I didn't know if you were in the chat. So all of this is on this video.
Time when, you know, Jeffrey Epstein was very much a social figure in Miami, in Palm Beach.
Let's
Ended
get to
his
it.
orbit until 2005, but more specifically 2007, when I ended up accepting the position as executive vice president of the Trump organization and special counsel to Trump. And I have been very, very clear. And some people, you know, there's a whole slew, including some folks that are with us today trying to troll, that turn around and say shit like, oh, you know, I'm covering for Trump, or, you know, I've bent the knee and I'm
Did
on
you ever?
Trump's.
Yeah, I was
I
just
have
wondering.
never met Jeffrey Epstein. I have never spoken to
He
Jeffrey
said a
Epstein.
word
I've never
ignorant.
texted with him or anyone on his behalf. I never saw him at the Trump org, never came to visit, never heard Donald speaking to him, was never asked by Donald to get him onto the phone. There was no relationship with him by the time that I started. Now, I want to be clear, and I say this all the time. I
So
came into Trump's orbit again in
he wants to separate 4547 from Epstein. All the while I knew him, there was never any Epstein connection. Are we clear? How many ways he tried to say that there were he was done with Epstein? Okay.
2007.
He's not doing.
I cannot speak.
What did you say, Happy?
I said he's not done.
He wasn't done.
Trump's orbit again in 2007. I cannot speak from firsthand knowledge on anything that preceded me, despite what I know people want. They want to hear, you know, me turn around and say something. I'm not here to appease people, right? For their claps or for your applause or your clickbait. If I turn around and I discredit myself by making a false statement about the relationship or something that you want me to say that I know that I don't, that just takes away from my credibility, and I have no interest in doing that.
Yeah, no.
Now, we are not going to take away from his credibility. He's telling you, I don't know nothing about any Epstein cases. I was never told to call him. I was never told to do anything. Did you hear what him? Did you see how clear he wanted to make it, Happy?
Yeah, yeah,
He
yep,
wanted you to be clear.
yep.
He, if he knew anything, it would tarnish his reputation that had him sitting in jail because he's such a sycophant for 45, 47. It landed him in jail. So let's not tarnish his reputation. Let's go further.
Oh, I'm more just curious because, I know that he was still remained friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, and what was your impression when meeting her? What
I
did you
never
think?
met her. You see, this is the whole problem. I've never met Ghislaine. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. There is so much misinformation, disinformation, malinformation about me, which goes all the way back to the Steele dossier. I've just never
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
I've never, I've never met her. I've never spoken to her, and as far as the only case that I was involved with was a Jane Doe, an infant, by and through her mom, Mary Jane Doe, right, as legal guardian. That case was dismissed not because of anything that I spoke to the lawyers and I've talked to I've
Okay, so here go the only thing. I thought that there was nothing. The only thing is this Jane Doe, an infant, that I had meetings. I talked to through the mother. No, I talked to the lawyers. You was an attorney who got in contact with a Jane Doe's attorney that you want us to believe was an infant. Well, why would an infant be? You have to. What was the infant's claim? Since you had to talk to the mother, are we saying that a infant filed a essay a claim against 45, 47? What is he saying here, Happy?
All I know is that he is ass kissing for 45, 47, and that
Like,
he knows all the stuff, but he just wants to stay fake.
I now this interview happened. Oh, I remember this interview happening maybe 5 or 6 months ago. This is not a new interview. She's showing you her old interview with him. This actual video we're watching came out, I think, 5 days ago, of her reviewing her old interview. Let me see when this.
Look at his poker face, though.
No, this came out 5 months ago. This came out
Mm,
5 months ago. Okay,
mm.
so here we go. Let's get into it.
talked about this a million times. Dismiss Jane Doe case. Her, I've just never
Yeah,
done.
yeah. I
I've never I've never met her. I've never spoken to her, and as far as the only case that I was involved with was a Jane Doe, an infant, by and through her mom, Mary Jane Doe, right, as legal guardian. That case was dismissed not because of anything that I spoke to the lawyers and I've talked about this a million
Mhm.
times. I turn around and I receive this summons and a complaint, and the
Yeah,
averments in it are awful. They're despicable. It talks about basically rape of an underage female,
yeah, yeah,
claiming and alleging that Donald was involved in it and all that other nonsense. I ended up taking a private invest.
Okay, so he says that this case that uh the only case that I saw had to do with the essaying of an underage female. With the underage, and while he was investigating this case about a minor. So let me ask you this: How many millionaires who have attorneys, their attorneys go out and act as the investigator themselves, or do the attorney that is working for a millionaire so equipped that he has his own private detectives? Is what I want to know.
That's what I
Does
want to
the
know
attorney?
too.
Or does the attorney have to be the private detectives as well when you're talking about people who are billionaires? I didn't know it worked that way.
He must be making shit up at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. So now all of a sudden, there is Trump was supposed to be had SA'd this girl. This is what he's investigating, along with other people. So the allegations that Katie Johnson made, as you recall earlier in this clip, that Jeffrey Epstein and 4547 SA'd her, Katie Johnson. So he is saying exactly the same thing that she is saying, and she is catching him. Look at her looking at him. The only thing I knew was an infant, and he was supposed to. Now, he knows everything else about this, but it gets vague in what the accusations were. He was supposed to have done something along with another person. Who, Jeffrey Epstein? The same question that she just asked you, that you said that you didn't know nothing about no Jeffrey Epstein. Did you see that sleight of hands there? We're gonna run that back just a hair, so you can see. He is talking about the Katie Johnson case.
Meeting her, what did
I
you
never
think?
met her. You see, this is the whole problem. I've never met Ghislaine. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. There is so much misinformation, disinformation, malinformation about me, which goes all the way back to the Steele dossier. I've just never
Yeah,
done.
yeah. I
I've never I've never met her. I've never spoken to her. And as far as the only case that I was involved with was a Jane Doe, an infant, by and through her mom, Mary Jane Doe, right, as legal guardian. That case was dismissed not because of anything that I spoke to the lawyers, and I've talked about this a million
Mhm.
times. I turn around and I receive this summons and a complaint, and the
Yeah,
averments in it are awful. They're despicable. It talks about basically rape of an underage female,
yeah, yeah,
claiming and alleging that Donald was involved in it and all that other nonsense. I ended up taking a private investigator and trying to find out who this person was. And
yeah.
we went to the address that allegedly this minor lived at in the Bronx. Well,
Mm.
lo and behold, the investigator responds back and says the only thing that's there is an empty parking lot. There's no building there, it's an empty lot. And so I reached out to the lawyers and I asked them, "Have you ever met your client?" And their answer was no. I said,
Wow.
"Well, how the hell did you sign the case up?" And they're like, "Listen, we screwed up. I'm sorry." I'm like, whoa, hold on one second. You know, I sent an investigator to check out this address. There's
Wait,
no
wait, is
building
this
there.
Katie Johnson or was this a different Jane Doe?
That was a Jane Doe.
No, because Katie Johnson also files a Jane Doe in New York.
Well,
So I
I
was just
don't
like,
know if it's the same person or not.
was it a girl who said she was 13 years old and was raped in Epstein's house with President Trump? Is it the
To be
same
very
person?
honest, I don't remember the full. I
1994.
don't remember the full scope of it. All
I don't remember now. You tried to come on and said it was an infant.
I
Lisa
remember
Bloom, you would remember the lawyer. It was Lisa Bloom. Came out in November
there was no.
2016.
It was not Lisa Bloom as the lawyer.
November
It was a gentleman,
2016.
and I reached out to him and I said, Have you ever met your client?" He said, "No." No, in fact, that they did. It was a referral to him, and he ended up doing it through the mail. I said, "Really?" So he goes, "Yeah, they sent me. They sent me. I sent them all the papers to a PO box or something."
So basically, what I get out of this is that he was the Johnson who also went Jane Doe. Lisa Johnson is not her real name. Is it? Is it Lisa Johnson? That is not her real name. What I get out of it is he absolutely was the fixer. He was fixing the adult star who screwed him case. He was paying her at the same time. Do you think that he wouldn't be involved in this?
I think he would.
Okay, and I got it wrong. There was a different. He did have a private investigator. He said, but it's curious what he said about me and a private investigator. Or we set out and we looked at it, and he went to the alleged address. But you just said that you too set out. So he's a just a obvious fucking liar. He was trying to keep it under wraps. The more people who know about the misdeeds, the more likely that shit is going to come to light. So he's a fucking snake.
And then they sent
All
it
you
back,
gotta do
and
is
this was
let
the address.
people like
And so he was like,
Hold
"Listen,
on.
I'm dropping this."
Okay, go ahead.
I said, all you got to do is let people repeat themselves, and then after a while, you'll catch them in the lie, and then they say, "I set out too," and then it's
Hmm.
like,
Let them keep talking. Okay, let's see what
They
else.
sent me. I sent them all the papers to a PO box or something, and then they sent it back, and this was the address. And so he was like, "Listen, I'm dropping this case. I don't."
Oh, so now all of a sudden, a lawyer gets this case, a high profile case. He never bothers to sit down with the client. If he wins this case, he can become famous. He can become very rich. He can uh, get many more clients. And he did this through the mail, through a PO box. Well, if he signed up this client via a PO box, you want us to believe, sight unseen, wouldn't wouldn't the same address that your private detective had been going to would have been that same PO box? If that's the address that the attorney contacted her through.
mm.
So how did your attorney find the only parking lot in the Bronx? We're not talking about upstate New York. We're talking about in the Bronx. It was a parking lot. Hmm. Okay. You see the bullshit with this bullshit. Now look at her.
so
Look at the look.
so
Look at
I'm trying
look
to
at.
figure out with the lady, is she on his side or is she like just
No,
not?
she's questioning him. Look at the look on her face when he's telling her this shit. She's at, and he's. You see how many times he opens his mouth and nothing comes out because he's desperately searching for something that makes sense, and he tries to talk with that authority, like, oh, I would never, motherfucker, you're fresh out of jail for
He was
lying
like,
for this.
I know this. This went. Well, I, I, maybe this happened, that happened.
Exactly. So let's get into this a little more. Look at the look on her face when she's asking them questions. She's like, you see the look on her face right now. It's like, what the fuck are you? This don't make sense what you're saying. Let's get
Know
back.
whether or not this person even exists. Sent me. I sent. They sent me. I sent them all the papers to a PO box or something, and then they sent it back, and this was the address. And so he was like, "Listen, I'm dropping this case. I don't know whether or not this person even exists." That
What
was
year
my.
was this? What year was this? I never heard
That
about.
was 2000, and that was 2000, and I'll tell you right now. Hold on. It was 2016.
Oh, so it was in the same year as the
The campaign.
It was the same year as the other suit from the Katie Johnson that then became.
It happened around October, November of 2016. And the lawyer was like, my apologies, I'm withdrawing the case. I said,
So it
okay.
wasn't the Lisa Bloom one, because you would have remembered that one.
No.
Yeah. I was thinking about that one because that case also was revoked around the same time in 2016, around the same time that,
No, it was not revoked in 2016.
Interesting. Interesting. She said, so it wasn't Lisa Bloom, because you don't remember Lisa Bloom being the attorney, because that one was also revoked around the same time. And he comes in and tell her, no, it was not revoked. You just told her the time limit, the time frame where the case with the infant that you started out saying. You just told her the time frame that it was revoked. And she said, oh, so you don't remember the lawyer being Lisa Bloom, but that is the same time frame that Katie Johnson case was revoked as well. And he's going to come around and tell her, no, it was not the same time. But you don't know about the Katie Johnson case. She is sure about the Katie Johnson case. You're pretending like you don't know. You're talking about some case with an alleged infant. You don't even know the name of the person. The lawyer said, well, since you told me that, I'm gonna I'm gonna get off of the case. Everything. And you set up the time frame when this lawyer who never met his client, who did all of their paperwork through a P.O. box, when it happened, when he said that I'm getting off this case. And it happened to be the same time that she is sure that Katie Johnson, whose attorney Lisa Bloom, their case was dissolved. And who is involved in both of these? The fixer. He who is the fixer. That's what his name was. Who was going behind everyone, doing little sweet little settlements. The fixer, Michael Cohen. Any you going to add anything to this?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to either get out the interview or just praying that she goes off to another topic, because he can't find anything.
Let's continue.
Just the one.
Yeah. And you just took it at face value.
Hold on.
With him by the time that I started. Now, I want to be clear, and I say this all the time. An investigator and trying to find out who this person was. And we went to the to be very honest, I don't remember the full scope of it. All I remember,
Lisa Bloom, you would remember the lawyer. It was Lisa Bloom. Came out in November 2016.
There was it was not Lisa Bloom as the lawyer. It was a gentleman. And I reached out to him and I said, have you ever met your client? He said, no. In fact, that they did. It was a referral to him, and he ended up doing it through the mail. I said, really? So he goes, yeah, they sent me. I sent them all the papers to a P.O. box or something, and then they sent it back, and this was the address. And so he was like, listen, I'm dropping this case. I don't know whether or not this person even exists. That was
What year was this? I never heard
that
about
was 2000 and that was 2000 and I'll tell you right now, hold on. It was 2016.
Oh, so it was in the same year as the
campaign.
It was the same year as the other suit from the Katie Johnson that then became.
It happened around October, November of 2016. And the lawyer was like, my apologies, I'm withdrawing the case. I said,
so it wasn't the Lisa Bloom one, because you would have remembered that one.
No.
Yeah. I was thinking about that one because that case also was revoked around the same time in 2016, around the same time that,
No, it was not revoked in 2016.
Yeah, it was. The Katie Johnson was. It was taken. She took it back in, I believe it was November 2016. I can get you the exact date. Yeah, she took it back, and they claimed it was because of intimidation, and I was just wondering,
And she
like,
talking
did you
about
handle that case? Because obviously Stormy Daniels and Karen Mc
Now, he said that he didn't know anything about the Lisa Johnson case. And she said it was taken back in 2016. And he said, no, it wasn't taken back in 2016. How do you know? You just said you knew nothing about that case. Did you hear that?
yeah, he said, I know nothing about the case, you know. And she
But
was like,
now he no, it wasn't taken back in 2016. See, he's trying to separate himself because he has been caught lying and said that he knew nothing about this Lisa Johnson case that disappeared and what the allegations that Tyler Palmieri is sure of what the Lisa Johnson case entailed. Is it
see
not Lisa Johnson?
what he should have said was when she was like, "Oh, the case in two," he should have said, "Oh, I didn't know it
I didn't
happened."
know. I didn't know. Oh, really? I wonder what happened. I don't know nothing. Really, is that what happened to that case too? Well, I know my case was dismissed because he ain't never met the girl. Okay. Uh, let's
Dougal were
continue.
being handled at the same time. So that case, they claimed it was because of intimidation, and I was just wondering, like, did you handle that case? Because obviously Stormy Daniels and Karen
Now, her case was let go based upon intimidation. Now, what he also said is that he got put on some case with an infant around that time. So then suddenly, this Johnson, Jane Doe, uh, stops her case because of intimidation. So, do you wonder who was intimidating this person? So, see, Michael Cohen told on himself right here. After he got involved in this case, that proved to be unfounded because nobody ever even saw the defendant, the complainant. All of a sudden, this woman lets go of her case based on intimidation. Who do you think was intimidating this woman?
The guy with the poker face right here on the screen.
Hello. Let's continue.
McDougal were being handled at the same time.
No, no.
Look at
Do you
him.
know who
No,
handled it? And
no.
is all
Yeah, it was an outside.
it's intimidation, and I was just wondering, like, did you handle that case? Because obviously Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal were being handled at the same time.
No, no.
Do you know who handled it? And is all
Yeah, it was an outside law firm.
it's
I'm sorry.
But you didn't even know about the case. So she asks, were you handling, could you have been handling, your case about this child and the case that I'm talking about? Could they be handled? No, I wasn't handling. It was handled by an outside law firm. But you said you didn't know nothing about the case. But now all
No.
of a sudden, you know that it was being handled by an outside law firm. How would you know that if you didn't even know about the case?
Well, I guess it's like two sides to it. Like, okay, there's something about the case that he doesn't want to get out. So he's like, I know about it. I mean, there's some aspects where it's like, I didn't even know like that part of the case, but I just started
He,
knowing.
he said he didn't know anything about this case. He had never heard about this case. But now he knows that it was handled by a outside law firm. So
Is
you mean
he
to
that
tell
outside law firm?
do you mean to tell me you are his fixer? This is something that needs to be fixed. This is the exact type of shit that you will bring a fixer in to make sure this isn't fodder for the public. It never gets out. No one ever knows about it. So you mean to tell me the fixer is telling you that he knows nothing about this case, and then he turns around and says that an outside law firm handled the case that he knows nothing about?
Mm. He needs to be fired for sure. I don't know.
He was fired from. He was fired from the Midas Touch. They didn't do a story on it. What they put out was a statement. I have the statement. I think I'm gonna. The statement is gonna come up in my later videos I have about this. They dropped him from their channel. They canceled Mea Culpa was the name of the show that he had on the Midas Touch. They canceled that show. They said that he was fired, and it, he tried to have a big mess. And why are they doing all of this? Why did they fire him? They fired him because he has come out, his last ditch effort. Now they fired they made the attorney who tried to prosecute Letitia James, the one, the DA who successfully prosecuted him, and they fired the second in command. Do you know that this man, Michael Cohen, who was successfully prosecuted as well by Letitia James and what I had Alvin Bragg, uh, Michael Cohen, this man who's sitting here on your screen, he was prosecuted by them successfully. And he is bitter because he got a little petty 3-year jail sentence for what he did that he knew was against the law, and lost his law license and everything, trying to be a 4547 fixer. And it has been also been reported that when 4547 got into office the first time, he was quite pleased with himself, and he was quite sure that he would get a position in 4547 administration, like a cabinet person, possibly the DOJ, some highfalutin position. And he got nothing when 4547 got in office. So they said that this man was quite bitter about not getting a cabinet position in his first term. It has been reported. So what is he doing now? Why is any of this important now? It's important now because this motherfucker came out Sunday and wrote a motherfucking article in his Substack. Are you familiar with Substacks?
Yeah, yep, Substacks, yep. Mm-hmm.
He wrote a article in his Substack and said that Letitia James and Alvin Bragg basically coerced him into saying the things that he said about 4547. And he felt intimidated by them if he didn't say exactly what they wanted him to say, that it would be worse for him. Well, how much worse could it be for you? So if you're intimidated, that if you don't tell them and put things the way you want, they want to hear it, why would it be worse for you? It would be what you're saying is they could have given me more time if I didn't. I was coerced, which means that they put words in my mouth, and I was afraid that they were just gonna rake me over the coals and give me 20 years, or probably what you deserve. So he came out and said that now uh, 4547 is very pleased with his former fixer. And now he is calling for an investigation into Letitia James and Alvin Bragg, the people who successfully convicted of 45, 47, and this piece of shit attorney that 45, 47 used. All the while when he got out of jail, he was mad at Trump. But now he got in the position that he's trying to backdoor Trump. He's trying to get in the back door with Trump to get his pardon because you understand you cannot have a law license if you are a convicted criminal, and so he lost his law license. He lost everything. But you know what's funny about this? All of this. All of this belated I was coerced bullshit that he wrote in his Substack on this past Sunday. What is funny about this is that while he was in jail, now understand he got a 3-year sentence. He only served 1 year because of COVID. He got out 2 years early, but that wasn't good enough for him. He wants to be the victim of powerful black people. They coerced me. Alvin Braggs and Letitia James are black people. So he finds it easy for the public to look up, upon these successfully educated who have gone further in life than him as criminals. Let me tell you something. The other thing about this is, while he was in jail, he sent his attorney to Letitia James and said that we need to do I think it was a Article 50 agreement. You know what an Article 50 agreement is? Article 50, I think it's called an Article 50 agreement. He propositioned them that if you do an agreement with me, I have more information I want to tell you. And they did not accept. They said, no, thank you. We're done with you. And
They're like, that shit.
but he didn't write none of this in his little Substack where he said that he was intimidated and he was out in jail. You went back to them, and they have the email that the attorney sent to the Southern District of New York saying just that. I have more information on. I believe it was the Epstein. It was the Epstein file specifically that he was talking about. That he had more information. But now all of a sudden he was coerced, and he did not say anything about this reaching out to these people who coerced him and intimidated him, that he had shit about the Epstein case. Isn't that something?
It is. It is.
Now you have heard him sit up here and said he didn't know anything about the Epstein shit. That's why this is important. You heard him earlier on. He said, I didn't know anything. No, I didn't know anything. And now this one case come out, and come to find out, while this motherfucker was in jail, he was offering to go to Letitia James and Alvin Bragg and tell them that he had information about the Epstein case. How, Sway? Now you
Well, he should have lied. He should have like, man, I didn't know this was coming out. Like, what happened? Like, all this. Like, he just tells on himself.
And you see, he's sitting up here lying with a straight face. All of that he didn't. He started off this interview. If you guys missed it, the link is in my description box under the fixer. He said he knew nothing about anything Epstein. And now he's the victim of the prosecution. They intimidated him, and he was afraid of them, and they put words in his mouth, basically. And all of the while, he has been lying in everyone's face. That's why the Midas Touch network, when this was breaking on Saturday night, is when this story started breaking. And uh, let's go a little further.
In this, it says Alan Garten left in a Politico quotes Alan Garten, who was his in-house attorney.
Then it wasn't 2016. Then it was 2017.
No, it's in 2016. The Katie Johnson case has been established in 2016.
That wasn't something that I handled.
You didn't handle that one.
No.
I was just like, it just seems that, you've cast a lot of doubt on this case, like by saying he didn't doodle, and then obviously he was,
He doesn't doodle. I'm sorry that
one of his doodles got sold to Sotheby's, though. One of his doodles sold to Sotheby's.
He may have colored it in, but all of his executive assistants were all phenomenal artists, and there were one or two that were just even better than phenomenal, that they actually show their stuff in galleries. So did he turn around and say to somebody, here, just scratch me out something and I'll sign my name to it? And he did it for charity. I do not make any claim.
We're not talking about a charity doodle. We're talking about the birthday big book doodle. You see how he's trying to get him away from what was definitely found in a binded birthday book? Let's continue.
Whatsoever. Zero. That he didn't prior to my knowledge, or that he did. I have no idea. I only know from when I started to when I left that there was no relation. But I'm not denying any of these victims. Who the hell am I to deny any of these
I'm
victims?
just more curious.
Their comments.
I'm actually just more curious if you handled them, because this.
Well, the answer is if Alan Garten turns around in Politico and says he handled it, why would you?
He didn't say he handled it. He just commented on Trump's behalf. But you would handle.
But why would Alan Garten ever comment? But why would Alan Garten ever comment on me? Right? I've never commented on you.
Alan. You commented on the case because it was dropped because they said that there was intimidation, and that's why it was dropped. But at the same exact time was the.
You see what he did there? Why would he comment on me? He didn't comment on you. He commented on the case. So you see the consciousness of the guilt. He's the Gardner. He is another 45, 47 attorney. And he said, well, I don't understand why he would comment on me. He didn't comment on you. He commented on the case. So him commenting on the case makes you shout out, well, why are you commenting on me? You're admitting that commenting on the case is something you handle. Therefore, if you comment on the case, you're commenting on me because I handled the fucking case.
Well, he's doing a horrible job here. I wish he would have called him out and be like, you're making your ass out of yourself over here. Like, you're not giving us no concise answers. Like, instead of like looking like it don't make no sense, she just needs to go ahead and call him out.
Now look at the look on his face. Look at the look on his face. Okay, let's continue.
Stormy Daniels, and at the same time, there was also the Karen McDougal case, and they were all dropped in the fall of 2016. So I was wondering,
had nothing to do with me.
I didn't dealt with it.
Let me be very clear. I testified to 7 congressional committees.
Yeah.
Two grand juries and to 2 trials. Do you think, and not to mention some outside additional depositions that were taken by Alina Habba, do you really think that of all of these members of Congress that asked me questions for a total of 63 hours, do you think they didn't bring up this sort of stuff with Jeffrey Epstein? And the answer is,
what did they ask? What did they ask?
It's in the records, but they all asked. And I turn around and I say the same thing. Not all of us have read
the records. I'm just curious, like what.
And I turn around and I say the same thing. I have no knowledge of anything with Jeffrey Epstein. Zero.
So somebody else handled the Jeffrey Epstein.
I didn't handle it. As much as idiots like this Velvet Lavender, I didn't handle it. So it's the same horseshit.
Like in all honesty, though.
But but Tara, to be honest with you, what you're doing is actually wrong. I got to tell you. I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. I have now said at least 3,000 times. At least 3,000 times. I have no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein at all as it relates to Trump. But people just keep digging. Well, you must know something.
Why. I think a lot of people just want to know why one person filed a suit and then dropped it
I don't have the answer.
Around the time as these other women that also were getting hush money.
By the way, one person got hush money from me, Stormy Daniels. Another misstatement is the one that I paid off Karen McDougal. No, I did not. That was paid for by David Pecker.
Hold on one second. Happy. Dr. Oppenheimer, why would we attack the victims? What do you mean? Are you guys going to go attack the victims yet? Where is anyone attacking the victim? We're talking about the lying victimizer who was covering for 45-47. I think you are the idiot. What are you talking about? You're so stupid. There, if we were going to be attacking the victim, what would stop us from attacking the victims? We're attacking the liar who was doing the cover work for to discredit the actual victims. So what are you over here asking me something stupid for? You have proven to be the idiot. Hey, the Deshaun Show. Thank you for coming. So let's continue.
Did you see how he
Stormy Daniel?
Go ahead, Happy.
See how he just went off like, I have no fucking knowledge of this. I don't have it.
And he always get the righteous indignation. You notice how he had the number of hours that I sat down. I sat down over 68 hours. And poor you. I remember this interview. I remember when she did this fucking interview. Let's continue.
Another misstatement is the one that I paid off Karen McDougal. No, I did not. That was paid for by David Pecker and the National Enquirer.
And everybody knew that David Pecker from the National Enquirer paid off Karen McDougal. So what you're trying to say is bullshit. That was public knowledge that was a catch and kill story, and that David Pecker paid her. Nobody said that. So what was your point there? Let's continue. The owner of the National Enquirer. Somebody bought that story to the National Enquirer, and they bought the story, and they used to do a lot of stories like that. They would accept the story so no one else would get the story. They would pay the person for the story, and they would not release the story. That's called a catch and kill. Everybody was well aware of who paid off Karen McDougal. That's how they paid her off. They bought the story and they did not publish the story. What are you talking about? Let's continue.
All right, plain and simple. It's not that I'm defensive. I'm trying to explain, and people just don't want to hear it. The same way I tried to explain to everyone, I've never been to Prague. I have never been to the Czech Republic. Oh my God, guess where? I've also never been to Russia.
About that. I just want to know about this one case because I think it's every time.
Call the lawyer. Call the lawyer. Call Alan Garten.
He wasn't the lawyer necessarily. He was just speaking on behalf of the. He was just speaking on behalf of Trump. It doesn't mean he's necessarily the lawyer. Like you were his lawyer too and his fixer, and that's why I'm just wondering what.
And I'm telling you that I had nothing to do with it.
Okay, that's fair, but I mean, I just think it's a little weird that like you haven't said anything nice about Trump since like prison basically, and in this case you seem to be saying that like there's no way he went to the island because he said he didn't go to the island.
No, that's not what I said.
And now it has come out that he has in fact gone to the island.
Damn.
Let's continue.
Okay, again, what I say is extremely important, and you can't paraphrase it or decide
please
to put it in your own way. What I said was, I have no knowledge of Donald Trump ever going to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Yeah,
And
there's no
again,
flight record. Yes.
I'm referring from 2007 to 2018. Okay. Second, I know Trump just about better than anybody. There's a reason why he is saying it the way that he's saying. That I've never been to Epstein's Island, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's not true. What I know is that he's definitively on his airplane because he used to go with Epstein down to Palm Beach, right?
It's in the flight logs. Yeah, it's in the flight
Right.
logs. There's no denying
It's in
that.
there. There's no way
Right.
to argue that fact.
Mhm.
So I know that he did it simply for the purpose of not having to fuel up his own plane. It was a free ride on a nice airplane, plain
Yeah.
and simple.
Mhm.
When what I'm afraid of is that fact of him never being on Epstein's island. What if hypothetically he's telling the truth on this specific issue? Is that going to negate out all the other stuff? And what I keep saying is, I can't stand everybody's innuendo, all of the hypotheticals, whether it's the people that are with us today or those that are on television or were journalists or whatever the hell they want to call themselves. I'm talking about there's no need for this innuendo hypothetical
Well,
conversation.
here's
Release the
because
goddamn
there's so
files.
many things that we don't know. So, for example,
Release
like
the files is what I keep saying. And then
okay,
none of us have to
Is it already?
speculate.
Would you say, Happy?
Is it already released the file?
No, the files were supposed to be released over a month ago. The Department of Justice has still not released the files, and the Department of Justice has gone to a judge, the Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, the people who made up, who wrote the law that the files must be released to Congress by the DOJ by a date that is a month past the date right now. They wrote to a judge and they want a special magistrate to be put over the files and get the files to them. And Pam Bondi has written the judge who they bought that to and said that no judge has the right to tell the DOJ what to do with those files. That's their response. They have so far produced 1% of the file, and they came back and tried to stall and say, well, we just found 5 million more pieces of the file, and we have to review them and redact the names of all of the people involved when we know that prior to the law being voted on, 4547 was screaming at Marjorie Taylor Greene, per her accounts and people who worked in her office account, that you can't do this, Marjorie. It's going to hurt a lot of my friends. That is what he was saying to try to get. They needed Marjorie Taylor Greene vote, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Uh, what is the other one? Uh, Bobart, Tom Massey. These are Republicans who voted with the Democrats to have these files. Everybody voted to have the files released except for one Republicans. To get them to get the vote to the floor, they needed Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Right.
Tom Massey, and I think Rand Paul were the ones who voted with the Democrats to put it on the floor for a full vote, and everyone voted for it. How could they not vote for it if they? But one guy, I think I can't remember where he's from. Now, also, they are 2 weeks beyond the date. All the redactions were only supposed to be anything to protect the witnesses. I mean the victims. Now they have pages of blank. Everything on the page has been redacted. The only thing they were not supposed to redact any information that would embarrass people that Only the victims. That if it embarrassed someone else who is in the file, they were not supposed to redact it. If it damaged someone's reputation, they were not supposed to redact it. So they haven't even addressed their redactions either. Now they're 2 weeks overdue on addressing the redaction of the 1% of the files that they have put out. Okay, so let's continue.
Because
But
it's
you would
stupid at
know,
this point.
you would actually know better than most people. For example, Brad Edwards was a lawyer for one of the.
I don't know who Brad Edwards is.
Well, he
She's selling
actually
you.
spoke with Trump, and he said that it was Trump's lawyers that set him up because he knew that Trump and Epstein did not get along. It was infamous.
In what year?
Everyone knew that Trump and
In
Epstein.
what year?
This was in 2019. Yeah.
I was in prison in 2019.
No, sorry, earlier than that. It must have been 2017 when they were fighting for the Crime Victims' Rights Act, when they realized that their case was being overturned. He asked to depose Trump, and he called Trump's lawyers about it. And he did this for his client.
Who did he call?
He didn't specify the exact lawyer, but the lawyer said. So wouldn't you have been aware if Trump was testifying on behalf of the victims for against Jeffrey Epstein? Like, I just find it hard to believe that at no point during the time that you worked for him, you never spoke to him about Jeffrey Epstein.
No.
When this guy, Brad Edwards, who is just a lawyer,
I don't know who he is.
Was like, it's infamous that they hate each other. Like that's why
I'm sure they do hate each other. I'm just telling you, I have no idea. I'm hiding. By the way, do you think that I would be hiding something if I did something?
That you might.
Yeah.
I would find it impossible, considering who Jeffrey Epstein is,
right,
and what I know about him, that at no point did you guys ever discuss the relationship, what the falling out was, like why they weren't friends.
Do you know how I found out what the falling out was about? It was on my podcast. On my podcast with Michael Wolff on Mea Culpa, when I had him on about 3 weeks ago. I had no idea what the falling out.
And you had no idea, and you were not curious about it, but you were his fixer. Get the fuck out of my face with this dumb shit. Michael Wolff, no. But you're his fixer, and you didn't know. Let's continue.
Client is going to testify against him, like you didn't at any point talk about that.
Okay, I'm going to say it. I'll say it again, and I really want you to listen to what I'm saying now. All right, because after a while it just gets redundant. I had no conversation.
Truth. Like that's all I want to know.
Okay, your truth and my truth may not be the same. What you want to hear is what you may want to hear is truth, right? It may not.
No, she just wants to hear the truth, not your truth versus her truth. She wants the truth. You see this bullshit? Is Happy gone? Happy may have fallen off. Happy has fallen off. Thank you for joining me, Happy. It was a pleasure.
Not be the same. I'm telling you, I had no conversations with Trump about Epstein. I learned from Michael Wolff that it had to do with the house that was sold in Palm Beach, that I worked on the documents that was done through Sotheby's to Dmitry Raboleviev. I didn't know that. In fact, I didn't even know that house originally belonged to Lex Wexner. Now, I knew the house on 71st Street belonged to Lex Wexner. That I know, I had read about years ago. Where it was a weird sort of deal where he just gave him this like $60+ million townhouse. But I didn't know that house in Palm Beach was Lex Wexner's. I didn't know.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't know. If I knew, I would have talked about it. You think that, is there anything else that
Lex Wexner, that is the former owner of Victoria's Secret, the billionaire who is buying up all of this land in Ohio where he has his mansion, who Jeffrey Epstein was staying in his guest house the time that he turned himself in the second time. He allegedly was staying at Lex Wexler's guest house. So all of a sudden, he didn't know that this house in Palm Beach was owned by Lex Wexler. or however you say his last name. I didn't know. He don't know anything.
Was Les
Right.
Wexner's. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But Westner, that I know I had run the beast to Dmitry Riboleviev. I didn't know that. In fact, I didn't even know that that house originally belonged to Lex Wexner. Now, I knew the house on 71st Street belonged to Lex Wexner. That I know I had read about years ago. Where it was a weird sort of deal where he just gave him this like $60+ million townhouse. But I didn't know that that house in Palm Beach was Les
Right.
Wexner's. I didn't know.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't know. If I knew, I would have talked about it. You think that, I mean, is there anything else that I have not spoken about openly and honestly?
I don't know, because all I've heard so far is like
It's lies.
everything you've said basically is to sort
Lies.
of clear him, which is fine.
I'm not
I have never
clearing him.
spoken to I've never spoken to a victim that has said that.
I honestly can't believe
Oh
it, but
God.
Think that, I mean, is there anything else that I have not spoken
Sorry.
about openly and honestly?
I don't know, because all I've heard so far is like everything you've said basically is to sort of clear him, which is fine.
I'm not
I have never
clearing him.
spoken to I've never spoken to a victim that.
Yes, I forgot to cover this on Monday. The D Ham show. That is why I am talking about it today. I'm giving you the background story on his firing. Now we're gonna move forward. So I just wanted to. This interview was 5 months ago. I remember seeing this interview. She is replaying this interview, and she is telling you about the questions that she had about Michael Cohen. I think there is. Let me. I think that there is another one where she recaps this interview after all of the truth came out. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see where she updates everyone about all the information that came out. He got fired from Midas Touch because he came out and said that uh, Letitia James and Adam Braggs, who prosecuted him successfully and sent his ass to jail, coerced him, and he felt intimidated by them. But prior to this, his house of cards were tumbling down, and this was the very start of his house of cards tumbling down. So that is why I am playing this. I think. Let me go to her home. That may be it that I have on that. Okay. Okay, so you can catch the rest of this video. It is linked in my description box because let me make sure we don't go back to. Okay. Yes, the whole video is here. And let's move on because there is a couple of more things that I want to share with you about how this all fell apart. He wrote this Substack saying that he felt coerced and intimidated by Letitia James and Adam Braggs, who brought these cases against him. He wrote this article to come out on his Substack this past Sunday. But this past Saturday, this was all falling down around him, and it was breaking news. So I want to share that with you. How this all started. Les Previs. Les Previs was someone who also told the truth on 4547. I can't remember if Lev Previs, got any jail time, but he was the one who was working with Rudy Giuliani, going over to Ukraine, where Rudy Giuliani was trying to get Vladimir Zelensky to say that Joe Biden had done something illegal. If you're not familiar with Les Previs, that's who Les Previs is. And Les Previs was the one who came out and told the truth about what they were trying to get Zelensky. You know, the perfect phone call that 4547 wanted Zelensky to say. He called. He called Zelensky and told him what he needed him to say, and they sent Biden and uh, Lev over to Ukraine to secure what they needed Zelensky to say, and Zelensky absolutely did not do what they asked him to do. So you think that 4547 really cares about Ukraine and giving the Ukrainians what they want after the last ditch effort that they made to Zelensky to help him win the 2020 election by telling a lie on Biden? Do you think that he has? Do you wonder why he treated Zelensky the way he treated him the first time he came to the White House? It had nothing to do with anything except for everything that had to do with him losing the 2020 election because the Zelensky wouldn't do what he was told to do. So let's get into the night that this all started falling down. Saturday night, when Ben Meiselas of the Midas Touch was alerted to this Substack that this snake had put out. Hey, Kiva. I'm familiar. Okay, so I I want to show you how this kind of fell apart. Les Lev Parnes, he actually called Ben Meiselas on the phone that night. He had just gotten off a plane. It was kind of hectic there for a minute, and he had to go on mute because Ben Meiselas was calling him back. It was all the drama. This link is in my description box under the fixer. I'm gonna go through it. I'm gonna skip through it right quick. I will be red balling.
Would satisfy the. Hey everyone, it's 12:30. It's Saturday morning. I hope you all are resting and sleeping. I really hope people aren't watching this because if you are, you're a masochist like me. I wanted to rest, but then I just read this latest report and I felt compelled to talk about it because you're probably going to be seeing it in the news tomorrow, and I don't want you all to be misinformed. Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's personal fixer, his right-hand man, his former Luca Brasi, who went to jail and allegedly became part of the resistance, has now all of a sudden written an essay which has gone viral on right-wing media. And he now alleges that he was, quote, coerced to turn on Trump by two top Democrats, Letitia James and Alvin Bragg, for their personal careers. Donald Trump has responded to it and threatened the radical left would pay a big price. If you all remember, Cohen was Trump's personal fixer, personal attorney, and he went to jail. He was a star witness in the criminal case in which Donald Trump, by a jury of his peers, was found guilty on 34 state felony counts of falsifying business records. Oh, Michael Cohen, on behalf of his one client, Donald Trump, who was individual number one, facilitated a hush money payments to adult stars Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal during the 2016 presidential election. They were paid off. We never found out about it. And voila, A jury of his peers saw the evidence, heard Michael Cohen, amongst the other pieces of evidence, the check, I don't know, like the dead to rights evidence, the smoking gun, that showed that indeed Donald Trump and Michael Cohen were falsifying business records. And he was, again, found guilty by a jury of his peers on 34 state felony counts, right? What's done is done. Michael Cohen was supposed to spend about 3 years in jail. He was released after a year due to COVID. And now, all of a sudden, in 2026, Michael Cohen on his Substack, that you all, if you subscribe, do not subscribe. If you're a paid subscriber, please do not pay this man. I beg you, do not pay this man. Now, all of a sudden, he's claiming, I'm going to quote this. From the time I first began allegations of President Trump and through the trials themselves, I felt pressured and, wait for the language, coerced to only provide information and testimony that would satisfy the government's desire to build the case against and secure a judgment and convictions against Trump. Interesting. Every accusation and allegation is a confession. It's all projection. Before I dive into this and why Michael's probably doing this, Epstein files, we'll get into it for a second. I want you all to know that the entity, the group that is actually pursuing or trying to coerce people is Donald Trump. Lisa Murkowski used the word coercion when it comes to the bullshit criminal case against Jerome Powell. Fed Chair Jerome Powell last Sunday comes out in a 2-minute video and reveals to the world that Donald Trump and the DOJ were essentially secretly trying to threaten him with a potential criminal indictment unless he lowered the interest rates. What did we find out today? The Justice Department, it's not the Justice Department, let's just be honest, it's now, Luca Brasi, Donald Trump's like enforcer. Pam Bondi is his, Luca Brasi now that Michael Cohen's gone. Oh, Lev is here. I tried to invite Lev. Let's get Lev on. I actually texted Zev, and Zev wanted to come on, but Zev was like, bro, it's 12:30, and if I come on, my wife is going to divorce me. And the reason why I wanted to bring Zev onto this was we never sleep. Folks, I have a piece coming out tomorrow that I already have set up for lunchtime. What's Lev is in the plane. So it's plane, trains, and automobiles. Right, let me guess, you're in a car right now?
I'm in the car.
Sorry, tomorrow
I just landed.
Into being a train. I texted you. So I'm like, Lev hasn't texted me. So I tried to get Zev on. Zev was like, bro, my wife will divorce me. And folks who are joining us real quick, the reason why Zev, Lev, and Ellie, I think, are integral to this is a couple of weeks ago, I was on, Zev wanted me on, there was a panel. It was me, Zev, Lev, and I think Michael Cohen, and people are like, why are you on with Michael Cohen? I'm like, I don't know. Zev invited me. Michael was there. He was being a little arrogant, and then I left, and then Ellie took my place. And then people are like, bro, what just happened? He just blew up on Zev. And Zev apparently just asked him an anodyne, sincere question about the Epstein files. So Michael blew up on Zev, and then...
You notice a common thread. He blew up when asked a simple question about the Epstein files. This came out, this video, I saw it on a Saturday night. Let's continue.
Ellie and Lev were like, wow, man, that was rude. Tara Palmieri, she has a video where apparently she asked him a question. He blew up on her. He's been blowing up on people when it comes to the Epstein files, to the point where many of us are like, bro, this is a little weird. Then it was revealed, folks, just I think last week, there was one of Ellie's subscribers. I think it was one of Ellie's, Ellie Leonard's fantastic subscribers, right? Wasn't it one of Ellie's subscribers, Lev?
It was incredible. One of Ellie's subscribers. No, I'm so sorry. Can I just, guys, bear with me live. We never. Can I get?
You gotta excuse him. He just got off an airplane. He is ordering him something to eat. We're gonna fast forward. No, we'll stay with it. He's gonna go on mute. He's gonna feel the air.
Okay, I'll order. Don't worry. I'll order in a second.
Lev, go on mute. You can press mute and order.
Oh, I can.
You can press.
I'll let you catch me, and then I'll tell you the whole story because we got a lot of stuff going on. Watch, I can't wait to tell you.
Let me tell you about Rule 35. Okay, so for those who don't know, one of Ellie's subscribers found this one email in the released Epstein files. Oh, by the way, where are the Epstein files?
Rule 35. That is the rule. When Michael Cohen was in jail, you heard Michael Cohen out of his own mouth saying he knew nothing about the Epstein files. While he was in jail, they have the I'm going to show you the actual clip of the email that his attorneys sent to Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, the prosecutors who he now wants to say coerce him to say the things that he said and he was intimidated. He sent them a letter saying if they talk to him under Rule 35, which meant they would go easy on him and take some time off of his sentence, that he had some information to share about the Epstein files. I've already told you this. Let's continue.
Like all of them, we were like the millions of documents and the redacted files, DOJ, but I digress. What they found was an internal Southern District of New York note that revealed that Michael Cohen's lawyers, while he was in prison, sought a Rule 35 consideration, and they alleged that Michael Cohen had, quote, and I'm quoting Tara Palmieri, had, quote, heard Trump say things about Epstein. And then when Tara asked him, Cohen screamed he knew nothing about it. It was not the first time he cracked on camera. He also then turned on Zev, and everyone was like, what the hell? And so whenever it comes to the Epstein files, if you all know, Michael's been acting hella weird. And we've been trying to tell you folks that Michael has been extremely strange when it comes to the Epstein files. And then you had this email that he has not explained, that his lawyers sought a Rule 35 consideration, trying to like mitigate his sentence or commute his sentence. Remember, he was in prison at the time, and Epstein had just been arrested. And he said, I might know things about Epstein. To which Lev, myself, Ellie, and Zeph for the past week have asked, what do you know? And if you know about it, maybe it's time to release something. And now all of a sudden, Michael Cohen decides to publish an essay on his Substack saying that Letitia James, who, by the way, is the subject of a BS criminal indictment that went nowhere, Jerome Powell is being threatened, Tim Walz got threatened. It's all distraction. You see, it's all projection. They're now accusing the left, whatever that means, of doing what they're actually doing. You guys are doing the insurrection. You guys have the insurgency. You guys are the ones occupying straight up Minnesota and killing and harassing people right now. I'm hopeful that the majority of people won't care about this. Why? Because unfortunately, most people didn't care that Donald Trump is a convicted criminal. I'm hoping that most people are like, yeah, we really don't care about this, whatever, the falsifying business records. I hope they care about the Epstein files, because the way I want to zero in on this, and myself, Lev, and others have said the one Achilles heel of Donald Trump is the Epstein files. I said to the right-wing media on Twitter, cool. So let's release the Epstein files. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to lose. Midas needs to drop Michael Cohen, absolutely. If you all subscribe to him, stop subscribing to him. You have to find out what's the timing. Why would Michael Cohen, who is allegedly part of the resistance, all of a sudden use the same language of coercion, go against Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, say that he was coerced to do it? Really? Were you coerced to do it? No, you decided to do it to cut a deal. You cut a deal with New York prosecutors. You were guilty as hell because it was you working on behalf of Donald Trump, who was individual number one, to pay this hush money, falsifying business records. A jury of your peers found Donald Trump guilty on 34 criminal counts, right? You decided to cut the deal. And now all of a sudden, he's accusing the radical left, Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, of forcing him to say this against Trump. Now, seeing how Donald Trump works, seeing how Michael
lying piece of shit, I'm going to tell you, Quash.
What I'm telling you, Lev, what it seems like to me is he's like, hey, Donald, listen, I want to get back into good graces.
Let me trying to do. Oh, I got so much shit on him, Wash. He's done that. I haven't just had a chance to. I've been dealing with Scott Jennings the past couple of days, but he's been working to get a pardon from Trump already for months. He's been working behind the scenes with George Santos and others. I'm stuttering right now because I'm so angry that I'm literally called Ben Midas right now while we're on the phone, and because they try. Do you understand? He set my son up, Wash. Do you understand what this piece of shit did? He went live. He did a podcast with my son, Aaron, to try to whitewash himself because of the relationship through Midas. That's when I went off the rails like that.
Yeah, I I was in France and I get a phone call from Lev, and then all these people are like, "Oh, did you just see it?" I'm like, "I don't know what's happening. I'm in France," and you were pissed. And then I'm like, "All right." And then I think you made up with Midas. But
hold on. So Ben is calling me. Let me put myself on mute.
Yeah.
I got to give Ben the breaking news. Continue. I'll get right back with you.
Yeah. So make sure you're on mute. I can't hear you. Can you say something? Okay, I can't hear you. Good. I just want to respect the privacy of someone's conversation. So, folks, I'm not making this up. Go check it out. The Daily Mail piece. The Daily Mail's, of course, right wing, but here you go. It's right here. New York Post has about it. It's all over right wing media, and the reason why I'm getting on top of it is I don't trust corporate media. I know how disinformation works. They're trying to sully the waters. They're trying to, if you will, do distraction. Why? Because what they're doing right now is they're attacking Jerome Powell. Today, earlier in the day, as you all know, the Department of Justice is now going for subpoenas. They're trying to initiate a criminal case against Mayor Fry and Governor Tim Walz for impeding law enforcement. Total bullshit case. Just because you're critical of ICE is not impeding law enforcement. They've already criminally threatened Jerome Powell, because he essentially was a whistleblower. Came out in a 2-minute video last Sunday night. We've already forgotten about it. I haven't. We know the bullshit intimidation and cases against Comey, against Letitia James, Mark Kelly, folks. Remember that? That's from last week. So don't crash, dude. All right, good. And so, we've been kind of on top of this for a while. So it was kind of, the first inklings of this was just like, I think it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, Zev invited me. There was some breaking news. I never forget, folks. It was Zev was there, Ellie was there, Lev was there, and then Michael was there. And some people were pissed off at me for showing up with Michael. I'm like, bro, I had no idea. Zev invited me.
Okay, so Lev Parnes, he is Aaron Parnes' father. Aaron, he is a actual attorney, and you heard him say that you were the one who got my son in trouble at the Midas touch. Now, I also share a lot of Aaron work. Aaron went over to TikTok after something went on between him and the Midas Touch. And he got 1 million subscribers in his first week over at TikTok. So, I don't remember exactly what happened between them two, but let me remind you who Aaron Parnes is. I'm pretty sure. Let me share with you. That is his father who's driving. He also, Aaron Parnes, I didn't know Maury Povich has a interview show. Maury Povich interviewed him, and I watched the show. Aaron Parnes started college at 14. He started law school at 18. He became a practicing attorney at the age of 21. A very intelligent young man. They are from the Ukraine. He was the one who broke a story about Ukraine, and a lot of the for-profit media didn't want to cover the story. They tried to poo-poo the story, but then the next day they had to come back and report on the story as well, because Aaron Parnes was exactly right. The way Aaron Parnes knew about the story is because he still had family in the Ukraine who was telling him what was going on in Ukraine. So let me show you his son. You guys, I just want to remind you the Lev Parnes. He said that, after what happened with his father, he didn't. It made him feel like people did treat him some type of way because of what his father had done. So Let me remind you who Aaron is. You guys will remember him. Go over there and subscribe to Aaron. He has just reached another large milestone. He is doing it. He does videos. He does up to 15 or 20 videos of real important news all day long. Let me remind you who he is. This is Aaron Paranis.
He is really upset that ICE agents are being interrupted by protesters using ICE. Let me explain. Protesters, according to the Department of Homeland Security, are intentionally pouring water in locations like in Minneapolis, where the temperature is below freezing, so that water freezes to ice. And DHS is worried that their agents could slip on ice. I'm not making this up. Tricia McLaughlin, the spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, went on Fox News and said exactly that. She said, and they were showing a video on the clip, that essentially you could see, quote unquote, people pouring cold water on the ground so that it would freeze in front of our federal law enforcement vehicles so that they would potentially slide and crash. But there have been actually several videos showing ICE agents slipping and falling on ice throughout Minneapolis, not because protesters put it down, but because the temperature is literally at or below freezing, and the sidewalks are frozen over. ICE is taking on ice in a way, I guess.
Okay, that wasn't one of his most informative ones, but that is. I just wanted you to be clear that he had to live down the discretions of his father, and he is still very successful. Let's get back to what I was playing for you. I just wanted you to understand the players and how they are interacting.
I had a good relationship with him when I was talking about the Epstein files. Michael was there. It was being a little bit annoying, but I'm like, whatever. I said my 2 cents. I left. And then, Zev very innocuously, apparently afterwards, just asked Michael about the Epstein file. He blew up. Tara Palmieri, she asked him, blew up. And this was before we had that email from the Epstein files showing that his attorneys, while he was in prison, sought a Rule 35 consideration and essentially said, hey, we know some stuff about Trump and Epstein. Hey. So what did his lawyers, what does he know? Did they have a conversation? What was the conversation? Was that used in the commutation of his sentence? What is he hiding? But anytime you ask him about this, notice he does a more exaggerated version of what David Brooks did. Remember David Brooks 2 months ago? He's like, I'm over the Epstein files. We're like, that's a hella weird New York Times column to write. Why would you write something like that? And then later on it was found out, oh, David Brooks was in a meeting, some type of like closed door meeting with a bunch of other people with Epstein. So it all goes back to the Epstein files. Waj, why are we on with Lev while he's driving? Courtney.
No, my daughter's holding the camera, so I'm driving normally. I have my seatbelt
Don't
on.
look at us. Just don't.
And you guys, love you guys, absolutely.
Be safe.
So you noticed that Lev got off, went mute for a while, and he said, Ben is calling me. That was Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch, because all of this was breaking in the moment, and Lev was the one who called Ben Mycelis to let him know what a snake-ass bitch that Michael Cohen was. So the following morning, Midas Touch put out a written note that Michael Cohen would no longer be appearing on the Midas Touch show, and Michael Cohen's show, Mea Culpa, would no longer be airing on the Midas Touch network. Understand that these are left-wing networks who give out actual and factual information that is overlooked by the for-profit media at all times. And they needed this filth washed away from them. Let's continue.
People said, why are you on with Lev? I didn't know. Last time I called him, he was on a plane. Now he's in a car. So maybe next week he'll be on a train.
Because he told me, give me 10 minutes. He's going to call me back because they need to get warned. Michael's been working this already behind. He's been trying to get behind the scenes with Donald Trump and his people already for months after, even 6-7 months ago. So that's why a lot of times people didn't notice, but when we were doing even our leash show, me and Michael were butting heads already because there was a lot of things that I started hearing behind the scenes. When Tara Palmieri went on the show with him, and she questioned him and he attacked her.
Yeah, he blew up on her. She posted the video. I'll post it right now.
So what happened was I called Tara right after and I said, Tara, because she saw I was there. I said, I do not know what's going on. She goes to me, Lev, she goes, I have information. This was the time, this was the place. If you know a lot of people find out. I said, Tara, give me some time. Let me do some work. And as soon as I find out, I promise you, I will come back. So I did not tell Michael or Ben or anybody anything because I didn't want to say anything until I had any information. Then I started getting, we did that show with you and Zev. He blew up again on Zev. And then he threatened.
Actually, can I ask you, Lev? Because I had literally just left and apparently 5 minutes afterwards, he blew up. So people told me after the fact. So what had happened?
He being Michael Cohen.
Because you and Ellie were there.
Right. What happened was Zev, because we were talking about Trump, if you remember his speech, and then Zev asked him the same question that Tara Palmieri asked him. So here's the problem. This is what everybody needs to understand, where Michael is playing and lying to everybody, and this is extremely important because this has to do with Katie Johnson. So when Katie Johnson in 2000, I think it was 16, right before the election, she filed a lawsuit. She actually filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump and Epstein. She named Donald Trump and talked about him doing all these nasty, horrendous things. Right before the election, she got threatened. She at least.
And if you recall from the first video I played you, Katie Johnson was allegedly 13 years old.
Bloom was representing her at the time, and she got threatened to the point of her life, and she basically withdrew the lawsuit, and ever since then,
she got threatened, and to the point of her life, and she withdrew the lawsuit. As Michael Cohen says that he didn't know nothing about her, but he sent a private investigator after someone. But I don't even know. The lawyer quit the case because he had never met the client, and he did the paperwork over a P.O. box. Understand what we're hearing here.
Katie Johnson has been basically nowhere to be found. She's come out and done a couple of interviews, but she's been basically in hiding. So when the question that Tara Palmieri and also Zev were asking Michael at this time, this was the time that Michael was his fixer. This was the time that Michael was at the Trump organization. Michael keeps saying that and this is where Michael started lying completely. He started saying he had no idea, he knew nothing about the Epstein. And he started talking about how that there was another lawyer at the Trump organization that handled that case. But where he started getting caught up was he said also that there was another case, a Jane Doe, that he was handling. But where Tara got him, and because liars catch themselves, because he said that he sent a private investigator to this underage girl's house to try to find her. So Tara said, Michael, even if that's another case, why would you be sending a private investigator to an underage girl to speak to her? You're an attorney. Why aren't you speaking to her attorneys? And that's when he started attacking Tara really completely. So Zev did some more investigative work. He went to try to find the case. He said because if there's two complaints, there should be two cases. Well, Zev calls me up. He says, Lev, I've searched all over. There is no other case. There is no other Jane Doe. The only Jane Doe, the only case that was at the time that Michael's saying that he dealt with was the Katie Johnson case.
There was no other Jane Doe case at that period of time. The only Jane Doe case there was the Katie Johnson, and Katie Johnson is not her name. That name is used in lieu of Jane Doe. Let's continue.
For those who don't know, I just posted in the chat, Katie Johnson is the pseudonym of a victim who claims in a lawsuit 2016 accusing Trump and Epstein of raping her when she was 13 years old at a party in 1994. And these allegations resurfaced in 2025. And she claims she was held as a, quote, sex slave and threatened with harm if she ever spoke out.
Correct. So, and it gets me because I just, whenever I remember this, it's crazy. So
look at the road. Look at the road.
Yes, I'm right there. So basically, Michael kept Zev and sent him after we got off the thing. All of us, Zev sent him a letter, a text message after the next day, and said, Michael, with all due respect, yesterday you gave us all this information. I can't find this case number. Can you give me the case number? So he did not respond to Zev, or he said something mean to Zev. I don't remember already how. I don't want to quote, but Zev called me back and said, Lev, Michael is not giving me the case number. So I called Michael. I said, hey, Michael, I said, what's going on, bro? You said that that you were not part of this. Well, you need to give Zev the information because I'm not going to continue doing stuff with you. I'm not, because I don't feel right. Something is wrong here. And then Michael said something to me that really flipped me out. He turned around to me and said, you know what, Lev? He goes, Zev only has 70,000 followers. This is gonna die out, the story, and I don't care about it. We're just gonna move on and let it die out. When he said that to me, I almost threw up. I said, die out, Michael. I said, what are you talking about? I said, this is you all day. You talk about release the Epstein file. We're talking about it. If you have information, what are you scared of something? You're hiding? He goes, no, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. That's it. I have nothing to say. And he hung up the phone on me.
That's weird. I mean, if you look at a pattern, folks, Lev is alleging he had a conversation with Michael. Michael hung up the phone. Tara Palmieri, it's on camera. It's on camera. The Zev question, I had just left that chat. Where
I'm going to mute you guys.
Yeah, he blows up on Zev. Apparently, someone told me he was on with Walsh when I was on, and it was very strange the way he was on with Walsh. He was very defensive with Acosta. He's been extremely defensive, and the first time we saw this was, again, during that panel that had just left. Ellie mentioned, man, it was weird. Zev said, bro, I just asked a simple question. He blew up on me. And then one of Ellie's subscribers amazingly found this email, for those who are joining us late, from the Epstein files, where there was an email from Michael Cohen's attorneys suggesting an internal SDY Southern District of New York note revealed that Cohen's lawyers sought a Rule 35 consideration, and essentially the lawyers were reaching out saying, hey, Michael has heard things about Epstein. And this was when Michael Cohen was incarcerated. So one could only assume that he was saying, hey, I got information. If you want information, I got it. Yeah, you want to.
Okay. So now all of a sudden, he was coerced, but he was running back to the people who coerced him, that wound him in prison for a petty little 3 years. The deal that he made under his alleged coercion, that he had something on Epstein. We heard him lie out of his own mouth in the interview with Tyra, that I didn't know anything. I had no connections. So this is in my description box. This video is in my description box under the Fixer. Let me red ball a little bit.
Hear stuff, and now all of a sudden, for those who are joining us late, Michael Cohen is alleging, as of Friday, January 16th, now January 7th, I was, quote, coerced and pressured by Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, who were just trying to make a political case. And right after he said that, Donald Trump has now just ranted on social media and said, look at this, the radical left, blah, blah, blah. And as these mother effers are doing this, they're literally trying to prosecute, intimidate, and threaten Mayor Frey, Governor Walz, Senator Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, who else? On Sunday, Jerome Powell. They tried this against in the past against Letitia James, James Comey, right? Every allegation and accusation is a confession. It's all projection. But look at the timing. So now Michael Cohen has written on his Substack, and if you follow his Substack, folks, give your money to other people, man. Come on. Why? He's made enough money. He says, I felt pressured and coerced to only provide information and testimony that would satisfy the government's desire to build up cases against and secure a judgment and convictions against Trump. He wrote on Substack on Friday. So the right wing is now running with the Daily Mail, New York Post. They're like, see. And I say, cool. Release the Epstein files. Awesome, wonderful. A jury of his peers found him guilty on 34 counts. Who was individual number one? Michael, you only had one client, Donald Trump. What did you do, Michael? Oh, yeah, by your own admission, catch and kill. Who did you pay off to silence before the 2016 election? Oh, yeah, Stormy Daniels and the other model, right? So if indeed this is just me now thinking out loud, and when it's facts, we tell you facts. When it's just us musing, I always tell you I'm musing. Looking at Michael Cohen's pattern of behavior, what he was asked to do and what he admitted to do for Donald Trump, is it outside the realm of imagination, folks, that the reason why he is so violently defensive anytime someone with the best of intentions brings up the Epstein files, because he did the same exact thing when it came to victims, when it came to underage victims. He was the henchman before Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. He was a Luca Brasi. And Donald Trump said, hey, I got this problem. Pay off this girl, threaten this girl, tell this girl to shut up. He did that with, I think her name was, who was the other actress, the adult star? Karen McDougal, model. Karen McDougal and adult film actress Stormy Daniels, right? So folks, right? I mean, and then if you have nothing to hide, and what I've always said about the Epstein files, and I'll continue saying it, and this is where I stand on it, I don't care who is in the Epstein files. Liberals, independents, Democrats, philanthropists, academics, celebrities, presidents, whoever's in those files. And if it was revealed that you partied with this guy, especially after he was a convicted pedophile, you've got to answer some questions. It very well could be, I had no idea, man. I was invited to a conference. I was invited to a party. I had no idea who Michael was. This person invited me. There were a lot of girls there. I didn't mess around. Okay, answer the questions, right? I don't care who it is. If it is shown, and I want to be very consistent with all of you, if it is shown that you in any way, shape, or form raped these girls, hid or covered up the rape of these girls, trafficked these girls, I don't care if you're a prime minister of, let's just say, Israel, an ex-president, an academic, a professor, a philanthropist, a lawyer. I don't care who
a bank president
you are. May you burn in hell, figuratively and literally, unless, of course, you redeem yourself and, are accountable, right?
But isn't it funny how Republicans can't say the same about people who may be found in the Epstein file? They want to be like, oh, well, Bill Clinton's in the Bill Clinton's in the file. What about Bill Clinton? What about 45, 47? We are sure from Pam Bimbo and Cockeye Patel that 45, 47 is in the files. Pam Bimbo went and alerted him personally. But why is it that the people on the right are uncurious about his entry into these files? They want to tell you that Democrats and if whoever's in the files. See, we are. Well, some of us are principled enough to say, I don't give a fuck who's in the file. If they are in there doing something that they should be arrested and prosecuted for, let's get to it. But it's strange that Republicans can't say the same. Cult members. Okay, let me see. Is there anything else? The link is in the description box. Go over there and check this video out. I just wanted to give you a little information. Now, this is Tyra coming back, speaking on Michael Cohen after he wrote his Substack. So let's get into this.
And I want to talk a little bit about Michael Cohen.
Okay, not that one. Well, let's get into this one first. This is Steve Schmidt talking about this Michael Cohen release.
Now, this has been a big fight and has been for quite some time. And somehow I got sucked into it a couple of weeks ago. Zev Shalev brought Michael Cohen on the show with Lev, one of my partners who you know. Lev Parnes doesn't need any introduction. And challenged him on his history with Epstein and his maintenance that he never had anything to do with Epstein, didn't know anything about Epstein, didn't know about any of the pedophilia, didn't run interference for Donald Trump. And Ellie Leonard, who we also work with here, broke the story, something that had also happened to Tara Palmieri, who you know very well, and I know you're going to speak to that. And I know Tara, too. She does just incredible work. And she had the very similar experience with Michael Cohen about a year ago, where she said it doesn't make sense. You were with Donald Trump for 14 years. You were his fixer. This is the time when people were being approached, threatened, et cetera, in and around Epstein, where Donald Trump had something to do with Epstein. Now, a letter came out yesterday that Ellie Leonard found deep in the Epstein files, which I don't know if she was supposed to. And Ellie is incredible. You should have her on the warning. She's absolutely fantastic. And I'll hook her up with you. She's incredible. So this email is from 2019, and this is just prior to Michael Cohen's sentencing. And this is a note to file with an assistant United States attorney, Southern District of New York, to someone from somebody. Everything's been redacted in terms of names, but I'll read this to you, and I want your thoughts about Rule 35 as well. We'll get to that. Mike Monaco and Barry Spiewak called on behalf of Michael Cohen. They asked whether we would file a Rule 35, which is to reduce sentencing, to give dirt on somebody else. It's in the United States. It's a law in the United States of America. And requested a meeting to discuss it. I asked what had changed since we told them April 17th we did not intend to file such a motion. They said that Cohen, quote, has heard Trump say things about Epstein, but would not get into detail at this time about what those were, then attempted to rehash our April 17th conversation about Rule 35 and asked for specifics about what Cohen had done to undermine his credibility. I said I would consider whether we were willing to provide more specifics from redacted name, Assistant United States Attorney, basically blowing up every assertion Michael Cohen has ever made that he had nothing to do with any of the Epstein victims, any interference on behalf of Donald Trump, any communications about Epstein with Donald Trump, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Validation for years for people like Tara Palmieri, people like Zev Shalev, people like Lev, who boldly called him out, even though he was his friend. Would welcome your thoughts, because I know you have some.
Well, do you want to share the advice I gave you at the ball game?
Do you mind if I do?
No.
Okay.
So and then I will. And then
you'll fill it in.
Go ahead, and then
okay.
I'll jump in.
So a few months ago, ladies and gentlemen, Steve and I are very good friends, not just when we do this, but outside. We went to a ton of baseball games. We get together one day, and he's like, how was your day? And I go, great. I had Cohen on the show. Steve, at that point in time, had a pork slider in his hand, and he stopped eating the pork slider, and he put it down on his plate. And in the only way Steve Schmidt can communicate, he slowly stopped eating, and he looked at me, and he said, and I quote, stay away from Cohen.
So here's the question that I wanted always to ask Michael Cohen.
Yeah,
it would have been this. And again, I preface this as saying I worked at the highest level of American politics, running campaigns, and
when it was
a
real.
very, very small group of people run the presidential campaigns. There's no shortage of people on Substack, on MS Now, who are analysts, who call themselves political consultants, that have never been involved in a winning campaign.
You know, it's one of the few vocations where you can be like a fake professional baseball player, right? And just go on and make it up. But the question I wanted to ask Michael Cohen was this. It was like, how do you feel about being literally the dumbest fucking guy in the history of American politics, the only one who ever went to prison for paying off a presidential candidate's mistress? Right? It's an incredible achievement when you think about it. Not to digress too much. But at any rate, let me
I think you
start
just,
with
by the way, I
Tar,
think you just asked him. So there you go.
right? Let me no, stupidity is an unexplored area of science that I'm more and more interested in the deeper we get into the Trump era. That's another conversation. But let me say something about Tara. I have said over and over again, I've said it in writing, I've said it on live Substacks, I've said it to Tara. She's the best.
Yeah.
She's great at what she does. And so she does this interview with Michael Cohen. And I found it to be, and she reposted it today. If you do whatever the shit you do with the phone, that you put it on the TV, and you kind of are into you like the trial shows, you like A Few Good Men, you like seeing a good interrogation. It's incredible, right? Tara Palmieri and Michael Cohen. And Tara's body language, her skepticism, her question set, and she cracks him like a walnut.
Mm-hmm.
And Cohen's problem, coming back to the low IQ part, is that, like a lot of bullshitters, he thinks he can talk his way out of it. And when you have somebody who did something wrong, right? A lot of parents know this, right? You know, with the teenagers, right? If they're talking a lot, right, in defense, yeah, right. There's a reason for that, right? And that's Michael Cohen. So she cracks him like a nut. And it's at that moment, right? And this is not classified, right? Tara's got a big platform. A lot of people saw it. I put it out. But Michael Cohen, because he doesn't like Trump, or so he says, great hero of the resistance. He probably got his own makeup room at MS Now, like Hegseth's got at the Pentagon, right? All of a sudden, Michael Cohen goes from exquisite scumbag to yay, Michael Cohen. Michael doesn't like Trump, so Michael Cohen's good. Same basic principle around by which you get to hear Michael Avenatti doing some opining from federal prison. And the truth is, they're all the same person. And so Michael Cohen, for years now, has run his last con. And sometimes, again, because he's dumb, he says shit like, when he gets asked a question, hey, you miss Trump and being in the game? And when he was asked that about a year ago, he said, yeah, if I could, I'd get back into it. No shit.
No shit.
And so here's the deal. Donald Trump is a pedophile protector. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only convicted child sex trafficker in America who's been moved from a maximum security prison to a minimum security prison. She's the only convicted sex offender in a minimum security prison who gets special treatment and favors. And she's the only one around which, if there are informants at the prison who communicate about that special treatment, who's powerful,
they get sent to a more stringent prison, if they tell you all of the treats and goodies she gets when she is not even supposed to be in that type of prison, if they tell you about all of her special treatment she's getting, they get sent to a harsher prison for telling you.
Enough that those prisoners get punished, according to Julie K. Brown. And so
Okay, let's move on.
You think that, I mean, is there anything
That's not
in it for the people? We're
Let's see what Tyra Palmieri has to say since all of this is broken out. All of this is also under the Fixer.
Welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show. So, there's a document in the Epstein files that's just been unearthed that shows that President Trump's longtime fixer, Michael Cohen, knows more than he has been publicly willing to admit about Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, he even offered to tell the Department of Justice about it, saying he's, quote, heard Trump say things about Epstein. But when I asked him back in August about it, about Epstein, about Katie Johnson, the lawsuit that was filed in 2016, when he was President Trump's fixer, when he was dealing with the Karen McDougal case and the Stormy Daniels case, and he was the one who was dealing with the women who were coming forward with the counts of sexual harassment, he denied it.
I have no knowledge of anything with Jeffrey Epstein. Zero.
So somebody else handled the Jeffrey Epstein.
I didn't handle it. I didn't handle it.
Then, after some pressing, he finally cracked, admitting that there was one case that he dealt with involving an infant Jane Doe.
And as far as the only case that I was involved with was a Jane Doe, an infant, by and through her mom, Mary Jane Doe, right, as legal guardian. That case was dismissed not because of anything that I spoke to the lawyers, and I've talked about this a million times. I turn around and I receive this summons and a complaint, and the averments in it are awful. They're despicable. It talks about basically rape of an underage female, claiming and alleging that Donald was involved in it and all that other nonsense. I ended up taking a private investigator and trying to find out who this person was. And we went to the address that allegedly this minor lived at in the Bronx. Well, lo and behold, the investigator responds back and says the only thing that's there is an empty parking lot.
Ever since we did that interview, Michael Cohen has trashed me for asking the hard questions that no one else was willing to ask. But here's the thing. The reason that I asked him to come on my show and the reason that I wanted to hear from him is that he kept going on TV saying that he just knows that President Trump had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't believe that Donald Trump was on Epstein's island. Why? He said it more than 5-6 times, and he says it very openly.
Can tell from his voice. He just knows from knowing him, but didn't give any real evidence. And none of the journalists that I saw interviewing him on TV actually asked any follow-up questions, and I felt like I had to do it.
I just find it hard to believe that at no point during the time that you worked for him, you never spoke to him about Jeffrey Epstein.
No.
When this guy, Brad Edwards, who is just a lawyer,
I don't know who he is.
Was like, it's infamous that they hate each other. Like, that's why
I'm sure they do hate each other. I'm just telling you, I have no idea.
But there's a reason why my gut was right. This latest file shows that he believed that his information was so valuable that they should discuss, quote, Rule 35, okay? For those who don't know what Rule 35 is, and frankly, I didn't know what it was either until I did some research, it allows the government to file a motion to reduce a sentence if a defendant provides substantial assistance in investigating or prosecuting another person. So basically, he wanted to be a witness, a star witness to the prosecutors. He wanted to be...
So how could he be a witness if he knew nothing about Epstein? But now he's putting out a Substack saying that he felt that he felt that Letitia James and Alvin Bragg did something untoward to uh, uh, pry a to compel him to have him to collude with him of what he needed to say against 4547 to make a case against 4547 where he was the one who went to prison. Hmm? Hmm? And now 4547 is walking around like he's been vindicated because it was the unlawful Letitia James who did something. Make any of this make sense?
Useful in another case to lessen.
He felt coerced to give the testimony that put him in jail for 3 years after getting a deal of 3 years and only serving one because of COVID. Now is the coercion of Alvin Braggs and Letitia James, two professional black people on the top of the food chain in their job professions. Catch
whatever he was dealing with in his own case. If that's what was discussed, it had to have been really substantial assistance, right? And I don't think he's come forward with anything truly substantial about what he knows about Jeffrey Epstein, right?
I have no knowledge of anything with Jeffrey Epstein.
So Lev Parnes, who has known Michael Cohen for a very long time, he explained the significance of this request.
This is an official document that his lawyers have given to the DOJ saying that he actually has knowledge.
Here is the official document while he was in prison that his attorney sent to the assistant U.S. State's attorney at the Southern District of New York. Mike Monaco and Barry Spake called on behalf of Cohen. They asked whether we will file a Rule 35 and requested a meeting to discuss it. I asked what had changed since we told them on April 17th that we did not intend to file such a motion. They said that Cohen had heard Trump saying things about Epstein. And I am quoting that Cohen, quote, had heard Trump say things about Epstein, but would not get into details at this time about what those were. He would not tell you what they were until he got a deal to get some time off of his petty 3-year sentence. He was putting a carrot out, saying that he had information. Now all of a sudden, he has been coerced. But when he in that Substack that he wrote, did he put this information in that Substack where he's trying to say that he was coerced by the Southern District of New York, Letitia James and Alvin Bragg? No, he didn't put none of this in there.
Has criminal knowledge. That's what this says. He has criminal knowledge about Trump saying things about Epstein. What are those things? He also lies. Somebody came up and said, Michael Wolff. Actually, Cohen said either on your interview or on one of the other interviews that the first time he even heard about this stuff was about when he interviewed Michael Wolff. Just think about that.
Ellie Leonard is the independent journalist who obtained this document from one of her followers who was sleuthing through the Epstein files. And I want to thank all of the internet sleuths out there, all of the independent journalists. They have been the ones who have...
The person that Lev Parnes was interviewing is Ellie Wolff. She took the Epstein files, the 1% of the Epstein files that have been released, and one of her viewers going through the Epstein file was the one who found this damning email that Michael Cohen is so full of shit. Is the for-profit media breaking this information down to you? Are they just showing you the celebratory bullshit that 4547 is saying as if he has been vindicted by another felon? I want to know. No answers?
Have moved this Epstein story forward. They have been going to the places that the mainstream media has been afraid to go to. And there's just too many documents, frankly, for everyone to go through. Even the largest news organizations haven't been able to see this. This one slipped through the cracks. So Ellie and I spoke about this earlier and the significance of this document.
I'm not coming at this with a lot of experience and skill. I'm just digging. Like, I'm just reading. I'm literally just scrolling and reading and looking for these Easter eggs. And like, all of us have the ability to do that. We all have kind of unique skills. Some people are really good at finding.
So do you wonder why these multi-million, billion-dollar media corporations have not had this ability? That this woman who is sitting at home, her cat is in the background, her easy chair is in the background, her table, everything is in the background. Are you wondering why the news had to be broken by this woman and her subscribers who broke up these Epstein files, and these billion-dollar media companies have not told you this information? If you don't support independent media, if you don't support dollars, if you have not heard of any of this, please hit my goals, because this is my purpose on to come on to tell you about facts that actually will help you and affect you and how you live your life.
Metadata. Some people are really good at, like, they're paralegals and they're really good at the research stuff. And so I said, you know what? Here, I'm going to put all this in a Dropbox. I'm going to give everybody a link. And like, whatever you can do, just go do it. Like, if you can do 10 pages, great. And so people have started bringing me things that they find. And one of those things was the email from Mike about Michael Cohen. And that was from one of my subscribers, and she wanted to be anonymous. And so I'm not going to say her name, but she said, is this something? I think this is.
Hold on one second. Hey, Tay Bay Forever. Oh, Sewell. No, thank you. And let's be real clear. Johnny's here. You do not come into my chat using profanity. Uh, please do not ever come in my chat using profanity. If you cannot have a mature conversation, you can exit the chat. No one is holding you here. Do not come into my chat using profanity.
Something. And I said, I think that's something. And so
if the truth gets you so mad that you're cursing mad, go to your mama and have a conversation with her.
I sent it to Zev, and then Zev sent it along to Lev, because I said that perfectly contradicts the entire conversation up to this point.
I reached out to Michael Cohen earlier today to find out what information he was planning to give the Department of Justice and whether he actually had those conversations. If you read the full letter, you will see that the prosecutors were skeptical of Cohen's credibility, just like me. Here is Cohen's explanation for what this email means.
It all started with Tara Palmieri when she asked me a question about the Jane Doe case that was dismissed. And I said to her the facts.
Why did your lawyers submit that letter saying, in essence, Michael knows a lot of stuff here on Trump and Epstein?
No. That's not what the letter says. What the letter says is that that there's information that he can give. The information is exactly what I'm telling you about, which is the Jane Doe case.
That was the information that you said you could provide on Jane Doe.
Correct.
But let's not forget that Cohen told me back in August.
But let's not forget that Cohen said he knew nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. And let's not forget the letter. Actually, let's find the letter. Let's not confuse one thing with the other. The letter actually said, Mike, I asked what had changed, and we told them on April 17th that we did not intend to file such a motion. Then they said that Cohen, quote, had heard Trump say things about Epstein. That is a quote that they put in the notes, noting that Cohen's lawyer had had once again contacted the Southern District of New York, trying to file a Rule 35, which would give him time off his sentence if uh, if they decided to meet with him. Okay, but would not get into detail at this time about what those quotes from Trump were. Uh, They then attempted to rehash our April 17th conversation about Rule 35 and asked for specifics about what Cohen had done to undermine his credibility. I said I would consider whether we were willing to provide more specifics. The attorneys at the Southern District of New York reminded him of all the shit that he had already done to undermine his credibility. So they did not trust him. So here he is trying to lie. Here he is trying to lie to Joel Walsh.
Mary, when she asked me a question about the Jane Doe case that was dismissed, and I said to her the facts.
Why did your lawyers submit that letter saying, in essence, Michael knows a lot of stuff here on Trump and Epstein?
No. That's not what the letter says. What the letter says is that that there's information that he can give. The information is exactly what I'm telling you about, which is the Jane Doe case.
That was the information that you said you could provide on Jane Doe.
Right. Correct.
But let's not forget that Cohen told me back in August that the story of the Jane Doe was bullshit.
He told me it was bullshit. Take care of it. I said, okay.
So how could that information be so valuable to the feds in 2019 that he could request Rule 35, meaning that his information was so substantial to another case that it would reduce his sentence? Doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how I have anything to do with it. I'm just asking questions. I just hope Michael Cohen will come clean and tell us what he knows, because this isn't about him. This isn't about me. This is about survivors. It's about the American people getting the truth about what happened. He was uniquely close to the president, and he claimed that he had information about Jeffrey Epstein. I would think that he should come forward and tell us what he knows. That was
not if it doesn't benefit him and his desire to be in the ring with the rule breakers and the people in power. So he has nothing to say unless he can play ball in the court of slime that he's used to and accustomed to playing ball in. Now, I would be remiss if I did not play this for you. I would be remiss. I played this for you, I believe, a couple of months ago. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Kyle Kalinske has unearthed a video of a particular person who says that she an Epstein victim. Let's get into this. This is also under in my description box.
Prepare yourself.
The link of this is in my description box under the fixer. Let me refresh your memory of what I shared with you, that Kyle Kalinske, whose channel is named Secular Talk. This link is in my description box. Avail yourself if you want to know real information that the media does not bother to tell you, instead of all of this both sidesism bullshit, as this country is about to appear to go to war. Because let's be real clear. This whole dynamic of this world is changing, and at no time has there been such changes in the world without there being a war. So if you're unaware, Canada and the G6, shall I say, are preparing for a war. War with whom? A war with the United States. That's whom. So let's get into this.
And buckle up. Now, both of a girl who was allegedly raped and abused is a little overly sensitive, if you will. But having said that, if there was ever a time for a trigger warning, this is it. I mean, this is like, what you're about to hear is the story of a girl who was allegedly raped and abused by both Trump and Epstein. And all I have to say is prepare yourself and buckle up. Now, what happened is she filed a lawsuit against both Trump and Epstein. And I believe it was in 2015 or 2016. And she told her whole story.
So I believe in 2015 or 2016. So when was this a story that Cohen didn't know anything about any Epstein involvement? When was this story quashed? And let's see what happened to this woman who filed this case against 45, 47, and Epstein. Let's see what happened to her. Let's see, is she a person who just mysteriously disappeared?
She went on to drop the lawsuit. And there's speculation, hey, did she drop the lawsuit because she was threatened? Did she drop the lawsuit because she was paid to drop the lawsuit? Do they like...
Now, didn't we hear that the lawsuit in 2016 that Michael Cohen knew nothing about, she felt threatened? And didn't we hear Lev Parnes says that the lawsuit by the Jane Doe was dropped? And we do know that Jane Doe also went by the Jane Doe name of Katie Johnson. Any more questions here? Now, why is it that you're people who are working for billion dollar companies? Why is it that people who are sitting on your news channel are making $1 million a fucking year, to be tens of $1 million a year, to be talking heads? Where are the American news reporters? We're not talking about talking heads that go and read scripts all day. Where is the actual news in the United States? Let's continue.
Pay her behind the scenes to go with a, did she drop the lawsuit because she was threatened? Did she drop the lawsuit because she was paid to drop the lawsuit? Do they pay her behind the scenes to go away? Did they pay her an exorbitant amount of money, right? Is it both things? Was it like a carrot or the stick thing? Look, you'll either be in danger or you'll be rich. You choose. But, this isn't going to go any further. You're not actually going to go to court. You're not actually going to be able to, prove your case. But we do have this video. It's resurfaced. It's floating around on social media, and it is quite the eye-opener. So here is Katie Johnson, which, by the way, is an alias. She didn't use her real name. But this is Katie Johnson, who in 2015 and 2016 accused both Trump and Epstein of rape, sexual abuse. And here's what she has to say.
No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview. Excellent. Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance. And he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it, so I agreed to.
Now, notice the language. He said, "My recruiter." Further evidence, further reason to believe this was basically a human trafficking organization, right? Your recruiter. What does that mean? Your recruiter. You're recruited into this lifestyle where you have to pleasure old men when you're underage. That's child sex trafficking, is what that is.
And then he, I began to. Sorry, this is a little difficult, but before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, you need to use a glove. And the recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, no one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove. So I needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job. And then immediately after, he had an orgasm, he left and I didn't see him again at that party. Jeffrey Epstein is a billionaire friend of Donald Trump's that was responsible for throwing the sex parties. I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels, I met a girl named Tiffany there who was very interested in me and said that that's what she did, is that she helped girls get what they wanted, and she could help me get into modeling.
So remember, what she's saying here is, if this also checks out, is that they're young models, teenage models. As I've been telling you for a long time, and there's plenty of reason to believe that, Miss Teen USA and all these teenage modeling agencies. Trump had one, by the way. Friends with Jean-Luc Brunel and John Casablancas, notorious pedophiles. It was all a front for child sex trafficking.
She knew a lot of people that were higher ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why, but I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. There would be no sweat. So, of course I went, that sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties. And they all looked, most of them were, my age. There was, maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young. So
all underage. All of these girls underage at these sex parties. They literally can't consent. That legally they can't consent.
Okay. Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to my bra, just my panties, and I thought that was weird. But modeling, maybe it was something about my figure. And he asked that I give him a massage. So and then he asked me my age. He asked.
Let me make sure my mic is on. Isn't this curious? This says, warning, property of Justice for Katie, Legal Fund and Trust. Copyright protected, all rights reserved. Weren't all of this talk earlier about a pseudonym of a Jane Doe named who? Katie Johnson? I'm asking a question. Wasn't the pseudonym for the Jane Doe Katie Johnson? That Michael Cohen knew nothing about. Kyle Kulinski shared this video 2 weeks ago, and as you see, it was posted up on X on December 26th of 2025. Property of Justice for Katie Legal Fund and Trust.
And I told him, that I was 13. I told him why I was there. And he basically said, well, you'll do, I'm sure that you'll fit pretty nicely here. And then he tried to basically slip himself inside of me. And I pushed him away, and I said, I'm because at that point in time, I still believed that there was models, and then there was the girls that did that. Like, I thought there was a separation. So, I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove thing, he kind of liked things to be his first, that, for lack of a better term, but he was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, and she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she.
And you need to understand. You need to hear her about why 45, 47 in her words were. What about her attracted her to 45, 47, and you have heard him say all of this on a public television about his own daughter?
He said it looked great on me, so I wore that wig. And Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter. And she said, well, she's 13 as well.
Oh my God, bro.
She's 13 as well. This is her testimony. Are we clear?
So according to her, Donald Trump chose her at the age of 13 because she reminded him of his daughter. And she had her wear a blonde wig to look more like his daughter. Oh my God, bro. What? This man is a demon. This man is literal Satan. And he's the most powerful man on earth now.
So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I looked like his daughter.
Oh.
The reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt that it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is. I don't think that he's running the greatest country in the world.
Okay, let me pause right there. And if you don't believe it, if you want to pretend, oh no, this could never happen. If you want to pretend like that is the craziest thing about him, let's get it right here.
What was inside the magazine? I don't think Ivanka would. It would be really disappointing. Not really. But it would depend on what was inside the magazine. I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird.
I have never been so grateful.
If I wasn't happily married and her father, he doubled down on that sentiment last year. Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty, that one. If I weren't happily married and her father, okay, do you doubt what this Katie person is saying in that last video? If you doubt it, this link will be in the description box as well under the fixer. Let's continue.
I have never been so grateful for an ellipsis in my life.
You know who's one of the great beauties of the world, according to everybody, and I helped create her? Who? Ivanka. My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body. She's hot. She's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell. Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
He would be incredible for women in this country. And
Okay, that is in my description box. So let's go back to the prior video. I just wanted to give you no plausible deniability of if that type of behavior was possible in 4547's Rubicon of thinking. Let me. Where is it? Here we are. Let's continue with this video.
After I met Tiffany at the bus station.
Oh, by the way, I should clarify. Tiffany is her recruiter. This is not referring to Tiffany, Trump's daughter. I just want to clarify that. Because I had that same question when I first watched it. She's not referring to that Tiffany.
After I met Tiffany at the bus station, she took me to, basically went to her house, her apartment, and got ready. I put on a blonde wig because it seemed fun to pretend to be so indifferent, but we went to the party that I was basically interviewing for, and Jeffrey Epstein was the one that was running the party. he had a quick meeting with everyone that was employed there. And then he had a private interview with me. The first time that I met Jeffrey Epstein, he did try to force himself inside of me without getting the go-ahead or anything. And then it was probably about the third or fourth party is when he basically forced, it was another massage, and it was basically like, it wasn't sex, but there was penetration. And I told him that I didn't want that, but he kind of got a little irritated. So I don't know, there was something about him that I guess I kind of held him, I held a lot of resentment towards him. By that time that happened, I kind of already started catching on that maybe I wasn't there for modeling, and maybe I was just getting used for things. And I felt that kind of held him responsible. I did receive money to go to these parties. After every party, I was paid by Mr. Epstein.
So again, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, and these older men have their way with them, and then they pay them as they leave.
Out of all the girls that were there with me, most of them were 13, 14. I think the oldest one might have been 16, just turned 16. And she'd been there for a while. It was Tiffany. He liked to watch other people have sex. I mean, he's a germ, doesn't like germs. So rather than partaking, he just watches. So, Tiffany had informed him that I was the virgin. And so I was basically, so it was Tiffany who introduced us.
Okay.
The second time that I saw Mr. Trump was same scenario. He was onlooking at an orgy, and Tiffany came over to me and said that Donald Trump had requested that I perform oral sex on him, and I'd never done something like that with anybody, so I was a little nervous. So I walked up to him, and he was standing there very proud, and I just kind of moved in that direction, and he kind of slapped me away and said, "What are you doing? You need to put a condom on." Like I was some dirty filth or something without a condom. Tiffany ran over and handed him a condom and apologized, profusely, and said that would never happen again. And she looked at me and scolded me basically like a child and said that, that's not how, Donald Trump always, anytime you touch his penis, it needs to have a condom on or a glove, and especially when it comes to performing oral sex. So I apologized, and then I performed oral sex on him. And once he was done, he hopped up, but that's the last I saw of him at that party. It's like, once he's done, he's out. Mm-hmm. So,
okay.
Sometimes before
So according to these allegations, not only is he, a pedophile and a rapist, but he's also an abuser as well.
Some of the things that I noticed that were weird with him was sometimes before the parties he would come over, and Jeffrey Epstein and himself would kind of banter back and forth, and he was Donald Trump was very racist. He said a lot of racist things. Like there was a lot of comments towards Mr. Epstein about being Jewish, and called him a Jew bastard. So that he was cheap, and there were some words I didn't even understand. Something about the shape of his penis being directly related to his mole. Or I mean, I'm not too familiar with the the Jewish tradition, so, but I'm pretty sure that whatever he was saying wasn't very nice.
By the way, there's been repeated references to Epstein's dick being shaped very bizarre, being shaped very weird. What was it? Somebody referred it like it looks like the shape of a lemon or something like that. So this is a theme that keeps popping up, that he had like a sort of a deformed dick, which, by the way, that Harvey Weinstein did too, and he's a notorious abuser. There's like a weird sort of connection here. Trump, Stormy Daniels, was it, who said Trump has like a fucking little mushroom dick? I don't know. There appears to be this weird connection between penile issues and sexual criminality.
Also referred to, people of Hispanic or, Hispanic name, they called them spics. That was around the first time that the World Trade Center had gotten the bomb in the 90s. And he was, talking about the towel heads and how, we would just be better off if we, didn't let him in, or, basically got rid of every single one that was already here. And I thought it made me really uncomfortable, really, really uncomfortable.
By the way, there's not a single person watching this who's going, yeah, that doesn't sound like Trump. if there's any story she could have told that would have like meshed perfectly with the guy that we know he is, I mean, this is it.
He also loved to call black people niggers, and Arabic people he called sand niggers. The only time that he tried to give me some money was our last encounter together, where he acted out a rape fantasy. It just
Jesus
I was
Christ.
forced to give that money back because Jeffrey Epstein paid us after the party. So, but he just gave me the money. I don't even know why he gave it to me. Maybe to make me feel more cheap, but it was a rape fantasy to him, but I wasn't playing. So.
Oh my God. So according to her description here, yes, it is.
So who could that be a fantasy for? Who is that ever a fantasy for? Could it be the person who has been convicted of essaying a person in Bergdorf Goodman, who he continued to harass till his judgment was increased because he would not follow the court orders to not harass her outside of the courtroom while the trial was going on? Whom? I wonder what if he's calling Arab people sand niggers. What does he call J.D. Vance's wife? What does he call Kakai Patel? What do we call them? Who's surprised by any of this?
The case that Epstein was the CEO of Elite Pedophile Sex Crimes Incorporated, and he was the pimp. And so the fact that Trump paid her directly, she said, no, they took that money back and he had to pay through Jeffrey Epstein, meaning he's taking a cut. So when you're going, well, I don't understand, where the fuck did all of Jeffrey Epstein's money come from? Well, we know he was connected to Les Wexner, the billionaire. We know he was involved not just with the CIA, he was almost a level above the CIA. Part of this like shadow government of, transnational billionaire criminals and their lackeys. And so in a sense, his wealth came from that. It came from his close ties to Les Wexner. It came from his close ties to intelligence communities. But also, he was basically an international elite pimp is what he was, according to this description.
There was those 2 times, and then there was after the next thing that Tiffany approached me with was that he had a fantasy where he walked in on his maids basically making out, and that it was some type of fantasy for him. So she asked, I mean, at that point I was like, I don't want to be involved with anything that has to do with him. But she's like, you were just basically the other one. So there's nothing that you will have to do. Just don't, he's requesting you to be involved. So I reluctantly, I felt like I didn't have a choice there, but it was basically he's walking in, his 2 maids. I was one of the maids. I was the white maid. And there was a Spanish girl, Maria, who was the Hispanic maid. And we were making out, and he walks in and he gets really angry and threatens to call immigration on Maria if she doesn't come over and make things right and give him a blowjob.
So way back then, he was threatening ICE on people in his sexual fantasies, according to this Jane Doe, who filed a suit against him. Does any of this sounds like it is? No, it can't be.
So while she is over there giving him a blowjob, I am just trying to, I'm supposed to look scared, like, oh no, and cleaning up things and pretending like I'm trying to go back to my job as a maid. And then he's being so rude to Maria. I felt so bad for her. Even though I guess it just didn't seem like a fantasy. It didn't seem like it's the weirdest fantasy as far as that. He was threatening to call immigration on her, so that she didn't know how to, she wasn't even near going down to give him, perform oral sex on him before he slapped her away and said, what are you doing? You need to put a condom on, and she's trying to, I'm so sorry. And he's like, you can't even understand what you're saying. It just, speak English, you called her derogatory comments. And then he's like, you know what? You don't know what you're doing. Have her come over and show you how it's done. And so I said that I didn't, I had to go over there or else he was going to call immigration on Maria. I didn't know if it was true or not, but I felt that, he said that if I didn't show her how to perform oral sex on him, then he was going to call immigration on her and then get rid of us both. It was anything that was in relation to him getting off or being satisfied or happy had to do with him being in power, but extreme power. And
oh my God, that is way too on the nose. Holy shit. That's way too on the nose. It goes one way or the other way, right? Somebody who's like Trump wants to be me, I'm big boss man, I make all the decisions. Somebody like that, it's either the case that they like to be extremely submissive, where, the dominatrix is shoving a fucking candle up their asshole and, whipping them and saying, like, who's my bitch? It's either that or it's exactly what she's describing, which is the opposite, which is like, no, he literally only gets off on power. He's got to be this like evil, disgusting, domineering character. And that's exactly, this all fits the profile fucking perfectly, bro.
It's very,
oh my God.
It's very hard to even, it was always intimidating when he was like that. It was always, you didn't really know if it was true or, like if you refused to play along, would he really call immigration on Maria? Would he really get rid of us both? And I didn't even want to know what that meant. I always didn't, it wasn't a game.
He literally does this. He plays these sorts of sick games too with everybody in his inner circle. He'll play power games and, do divide and conquer and play people off each other. And, it's a competition for who can kiss his ass the most. Like, all this fits.
It just felt like it wasn't a game. Yeah. The one night that I had the blonde wig on, he mentioned that I looked like, I looked like, that I reminded him of his daughter. And actually the maid fantasy, I didn't have a blonde wig on. I was trying to stay away from blonde wigs at the time. But he actually told Tiffany that that's what he wanted me to wear. Like he wanted it. And anytime I put it on, anytime I had it on and he'd see me, he would say, oh man, you look, and it wasn't like oh, you remind me of my daughter. It was this sick, evil, like, you remind me of my daughter. It was just this weird pleasure, sick smile. Like I don't even want to know what he was thinking about. I could imagine what he was thinking about. After the parties would end, we were to report to Mr. Epstein and basically tell him everything that happened, with who, what they liked, what they disliked, if there was any requests, if there was any talk about anything. That's what, we told Mr. Epstein everything. And then he paid us, and then we got to go home. And most of the time with me, I would either, I normally got taken to the airport, so to go back home. The fact that Trump has a chance to be the next president makes me feel disgusting inside.
Yeah, so again, let me just point out, this was in like 2015 or 2016. She waged the lawsuit. There were reports on it. And then she dropped the lawsuit. And people are like, well, was she threatened? Because Trump sort of had a history. And you could talk, Karen McDougal, Stormy Daniels, they have stories too where they felt threatened, right? So was she threatened to drop the lawsuit? Or was it the opposite, that it was like, hey, we'll pay you fucking 10 million DZACs to make this go away. Just don't say a fucking word from now until forever. We don't know. But, this testimony still stands. This testimony is still out there. It's amazing to me this has been floating around. I'm not sure I ever saw the thing in its totality. I'm not sure I ever saw the full thing. But now here it is. It resurfaced, and now's a better time than any to talk about this, especially with all the new revelations about just how much Trump is in the Epstein files. Trump is the number one person referenced in Epstein's emails, 23,000 emails. He's referenced about 1,600 times, more than anybody else. And so we know how integral a part he was. He may be one of the fucking 10 co-conspirators with Epstein's Fredophilia ring. Like one of the people who was running it, right?
Also understand that the Department of Justice is refusing to give up these files. I concur. Let me see. Oh, there's more.
So now's a better time than any to go back to this.
I've always been proud to be an American. I think we live in a beautiful country, but I just see him ruining everything.
You say that again.
A horrible. What he portrays on the outside isn't even that great, but people don't even know the half of how evil, how sick and twisted that man is. I have a friend that's been my friend ever since the school year that I stopped going, the 8th grade. I confided her, and she knows all about it.
She stopped going in the 8th grade. That's when she stopped going.
She knows everything. I mean, I destroyed everything of any claims I couldn't risk my dad finding out. And now I think I'm old enough to where at that point I didn't want to not be his little girl. I didn't want to lose my dad.
Which begs the question, how many other people like Katie Johnson are out there? How many other girls went through a very similar thing?
Oh, this is Katie Johnson. Okay, so if this is Katie Johnson, and if Michael Cohen, the fixer, was asked specifically about Katie Johnson, whose lawsuit disappeared around 2016, this is what I wanted you to know in full about Michael Cohen now coming out and saying that Letitia James and Alvin Bragg had coerced him, and he felt that he was being coerced and intimidated to get the sweetheart deal that he got for the payment to Stormy Daniels that winded him in jail for 3 years, of which he only served 1 year due to COVID. And we heard him lie and said he knew nothing about another Jane Doe case. And we also heard Lev Parnes said that he had an investigator to investigate if in 2026 was there two Jane Doe cases, and the only Jane Doe case in 2016 was Katie Johnson's case, and we saw Michael Cohen pretend like he knew. I don't know nothing. I don't know. It was handled by the other lawyer. I don't know nothing about this. And now, uh, these this slime bucket is trying to tear down the careers. Now, Trump has tried to uh, file erroneous charges about mortgage fraud about Letitia James, only to find out the person who was making those charges was not even supposed to be in the position she was. And after she was told that as she was illegally appointed to the position, she continued to stay in that position and write her title as the person who was over the District of Virginia until she was threatened that she was going to face uh, penalties against her law license. And mysteriously, guess what Pam Bimbo announced on yesterday? Lindsay Halligan is stepping down. So all of a sudden, after the judge tell her, bitch, if you put your name on one more paper in the District of Virginia, we are going to take you basically to the law board. What is it called? There are going to be penalties on your law license up and into losing your law licenses. And conveniently, she has retired. While the for-profit media had not even reported on the Northern District of New York trying to file some bogus case on Letitia James under the rules that they needed to go through all of the paperwork in her office about 4547 conviction, about how she had violated his First Amendment on the charges she successfully brought against him and he was convicted of, and additionally how she the case that she had won from the NRA, which she successfully convicted them of as well. You know, the NRA, where they were taking all of this money from the NRA and buying yachts and all of this bullshit and country club memberships and all of this shit, while you sitting up there thinking that the NRA is behind me, so the Second Amendment rights, while they up there shitting off your money. Okay, so uh, the person who decided to prosecute this case was much like Lindsay Halligan. He was appointed that position, and that was an illegal appointment. So that case has gone nowhere. So now here we have somebody who sees a way in, none other than the shisty Michael Criminal Cohen, who is trying to sully the name and reputation of two high-powered, educated black individuals who are at the top of their game. Imagine this. Imagine this. Only in America. He is taking a third bite at the apple of Letitia James because no one else in the DOJ would bring charges on that bullshit mortgage fraud shit. So now it seemed like he was down and out. But here comes whom? The fixer. All of these links that I have shared with you earlier in the day are in my description box. I really need to move on. Now we are in Davos. Let's go to Davos. Let me share this screen with you. Yeah, but you can say you can call his name all you want to, but the only thing it shows is you have nothing to have to converse with me about it. So you putting his name in the chat means absolutely nothing. But you are you are a sycophant or you are a sickie. So you cannot converse on the facts that were given. So you just show who you are. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue on. I hope I hope that you are a war fighting age. I hope that you can do something that your daddy was unable to do. Since your daddy has the whole world looking at the United States as the next person that needs to be attacked on their own soil. I hope that you are someone that your daddy will recruit into the armed services to fight the battle that he is waging on America. Let's get into this. This is in my description box under Davos disaster. Let me share this with you. At the World Economic Forum,
Ireland is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory.
I want to talk about what just took place on the world stage in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. Donald Trump just gave a meandering lunatic speech threatening our peaceful allies. And this message, this video, this topic is as much for Americans as it is, maybe more so, for a global foreign audience. That it is no longer time to deal with Donald Trump with kid gloves or to laugh at his fucking jokes or to treat his dementia as some kind of a novelty. You are now at threat. We are now the bad guys on a global stage. We are now Russia. We are now Hungary. We are now China. We are now North Korea. We are the despot on the stage. We are now treating Venezuela and Greenland and Canada and Colombia and Panama and Cuba as Nigeria, Iran, name a fucking country. We are now the Russia to Ukraine and Crimea. That's what we are, except on a far grander scale because of the fact that we fund our military to the tune of $1 trillion annually. $1,000 billion. There are country after country. There's a list of countries that don't have a GDP for their entire nation that totals $1 trillion. Switzerland, for one. Saudi Arabia, I think, has barely over $1 trillion GDP. And Donald Trump took to the global stage to crack his little joke. Do you guys want me to talk about Greenland? While leveling not even veiled threats against them, talking constantly. I have 4 clips here. One is he forgets. He confuses Iceland and Greenland. That one's like 45 seconds. And then I've got 3 others. And listen, this gets dry. I know this is Donald Trump. I know that it's irritating, but stick with me here.
I would be remiss if I didn't talk to you about the text that he sent to the head of Norway, saying that since they did not give him the Nobel Peace Prize, he is going to take a Greenland from them. When did Greenland become a territory of Norway? Not never. So if you are unaware, 4547 said that it was for national security. We need to have Greenland for our national security. When we have a huge naval base already on Greenland. Let that sink in. He says that because he know that he can tell some palm-colored dummies that anything is for the national security, and they will be okay, daddy. Okay, daddy. There is no national security need. The need is for Peter Thiel to go in and build his private community for rich people and to mine all the rare earth minerals for his own personal company. And who is he going to use to do that? They said that they will buy Greenland. Where are they getting this money to buy Greenland from? if they're going to buy it. They're getting it from your tax dollars. You know, that same tax dollar that they cannot afford to spend on you who are paying these taxes to give you health care, but they're going to buy Greenland for a billionaire. Let's be real clear. If you don't know, I'm not going backwards. I'm going forward. I've already covered this Greenland story and who it's going to benefit. And if they cannot buy it, who are they going to use? They're going to use the lives and the might and the money of our military. Who pays the military budget? You do. You know, the same you who are looking at not having health care, the same you who are suffering under these tariffs, the same you who he tells you that prices are going down, but prices have not gone down. All of this for a billionaire who is implanted in our government to set up a whole spy system on you to predict your criminality. A lot of you are not paying attention to what is going on. A lot of you just think that, oh, it's just talk. Oh, well, we'll see what happens. It's just talk. And a lot of you are unaware of the NSPM 7. That is the thing that is going to make this shit really happen. To declare anybody who opens their mouth and oppose this, going to declare you a domestic terrorist. Why do you think that they found it so easy to define what is it, Renee Good, a domestic terrorist? Because it's in their NSPM 7. And you can be found to be one as well. I went over the Project Lavender that Palantir was engaged in Palestine on behalf of the Israeli government. Palantir, who has gotten a large contact with our United States Department of Defense. Okay. If you don't know, we're not going backwards. Let's go forward.
Even if you're skipping through the clips, get through to the end where we can talk about where the danger lies here, how we are now the bad guys on a global stage. We are not the good guys. We've claimed for generations to be the good guys. Even in this, Donald Trump talks about how we won World War II, and without us, you'd be speaking German or a little bit of Japanese. He's a moron. He's a dangerous fucking lunatic. So stick with me because this is important. Let's begin with our demented lunatic of a president. And I know I keep saying lunatic, but there's no better word to describe Donald Trump. The megalomaniacal lunatic, the sociopath with psychopathic tendencies. Here he is confusing the country that he wants to be the subject, the object, the target of his imperialist conquest. Is it Iceland or is it Greenland?
But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us if we gave them the call. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them.
At the same time, he's saying that he's going to attack one of our NATO members. And you wonder why the G7 is mobilizing to attack the United States.
I don't know.
Because that's what the G7 was formed to do, to protect each other who are in the G7. Now, this numbnut is talking about attacking another G7 nation. Do you see the idiocy in this?
That they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up.
First of all, it wasn't the first dip in the stock market, Donald Trump. The first dip was a crash when you announced your global tariffs, taxing Americans and increasing inflation in the United States. Yeah. Let's get into this. Let's go a few minutes back from that moment that you just witnessed, where Donald Trump is using the power and weight and the width and the breadth and the might of the American military as a cudgel, as a threat against not our enemies, not against North Korea, not against Russia, not against actual global threats, but against our peaceful allies in his quest, his conquest of imperialism to acquire, by force if necessary, the nation of Greenland.
Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now?
No one can do it better than us. You don't even understand how mighty our military is. Greater than people even understand. I think they found out 2 weeks ago when we attacked Venezuela. And then the whole German and Japanese thing, which, by the way, is a misunderstanding. It is something that the Freedom Fries Party in the United States, we're not going to call them French fries anymore. We're going to call them Freedom Fries. This is the same kind of a moron take about the history of our globe.
But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory that's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many there's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through.
There's no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. You can set up a processing plant and process what? From where? From Greenland. The earth means absolutely nothing. That's why you want to take over Greenland so badly for these rare earth minerals that these tech billionaires need and use our tax dollars and our money. And there's no such thing as rare earth. The same rare earth minerals that you have been salivating on, but now that the public are aware of every place that you are trying to take over and trying to cause harm and trying to uh, trying to invade, have rare earth minerals that benefit not the United States citizens, but billionaire tech people who want to create their own cities in by invite only, with their own laws where they have to pay no tax, no regulation, so they can sit up and put chips in their bodies and experiment on their bodies. To try to make sure that their lives they are able to live longer. Is that what you're saying, stupid? And I find all of the materials to make these magnets at Don Jr. Whoever heard of magnets? My son has a new company and they're making these magnets. It's kind of like groceries. Nobody ever heard of the road groceries either, I guess. But you want to say that nobody heard of magnets, and none other than Dummy Don Jr. is the one who have found magnets in this company that he is selling, that he is mining rare earth minerals to get money from. Is that what you're talking about?
Hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere.
This unsecured island that we have a actual naval I think it's an army base on. It's unsecured. This island, who is protected by, that is a part of the G7. So all of a sudden, it's unsecured, and we need it all for international security and national security and international security. It's about security, people. And that's why if they don't sell it to us, we're going to invade it. And that's why if we invade it, the other G7 partners are going to attack the United States. Because, unbeknownst to you, if you believe this bullshit, Greenland is already protected. This fucking bullshit.
Hemisphere, that's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States.
That's our territory. Why is it a territory of Denmark? What makes it our territory? He actually had the audacity earlier to say, just because some boats are washed up on that land, it does not make it a part of Denmark. So I understand that they want to take history out of American learning. So just because Christopher Columbus as didn't know where he was going, and three boats washed up on North America, which has become the United States. I guess that doesn't make the United States the United States just because three boats washed up on the land.
Of America, and the fact It's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now.
And so therefore, you will be the inside threat. Since we have done it so successfully for preventing outside threat, you're going to be the inside threat.
Because of the missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about, he says. 2 weeks ago, they sold the weapons that nobody's ever heard of. They weren't able to fire a shot at us. We're so powerful. We're so mighty. We're so advanced. We're so skilled. We're so well trained. We can take you out and you won't even know what to do. He levels threats against our allies, while claiming that without him, there would be no NATO. And that because Greenland exists within the Western Hemisphere, it's ours. Canada, you exist within the borders of what we consider the Western Hemisphere of the globe. You're ours. Mexico, you're ours. Everything in the Western Hemisphere is the United States', apparently, because no one else can defend it like we can. No one else can defend anything like we can because we pay $1 trillion for our military that is slowly morphing into loyal to Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States, with skinny, spindly-legged Pete Hegseth, the credibly accused rapist, as the Secretary of Defense. Here's clip 3. Wait for it, because he just kind of slides into a demented rant about his grievances, about the 2020 election being stolen, and spewing his nonsense conspiracy theories over and over and over to a crowd of people who know he's lying. He's not convincing them. They are laughing at him. They're not with him. They are not with him, nor should they be. Also, they shouldn't be chuckling it up at his dipshittery. He should be met with derision everywhere he goes.
I concur.
Watch this third clip.
We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries,
Never
they've
heard
been
of
trying to do it.
No, I
they
didn't
should
know
have
that.
kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us.
Make it the
that's
next
the reason I'm seeking
Texas.
immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back.
And much like America is going in reverse, and not in the Make America Great Again, the reverse becoming being a strong, powerful nation to becoming a ruined state, a failed state.
Where they started, that happens too.
And if you did not know, the stock market has crashed once again. You know that great stock market that they always talking about? This is what's going on in the United States. As your wages are stagnant and the cost of living is expanding, this fool is out here spending your tax dollar to make a billionaire a trillionaire.
But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person.
Of course.
You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved.
What?
In my first term.
What?
The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. Can't have rigged.
People should be prosecuted because Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. What people? Will Joe Biden, cancer-ridden bones, be the next person who is under investigation by this DOJ? But Vladimir Zelensky has a warrant out for his arrest for war crimes, is greeted in the United States by our military on their knees rolling out the red carpet. So who should be prosecuted? Make this make sense.
Elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility.
You have none.
And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements.
And I am the one who is going to declare who is the fair press. And any other press that says anything negative about me, you are going to be handled. What does this sound like? Does this sound like communist China? Does this sound like Russian propaganda, Russian TV, Russian press? It should.
And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office.
You wouldn't even have NATO if it weren't for me. This is sociopathic. This is psychopathic behavior. This is lunatic talk from the president of the United States, a man with the nuclear codes, who the least educated, least informed, low information section of our populace sees as some kind of a golden god, a cult leader. Nothing he says can be questioned. You cannot exercise your First Amendment rights to question the president. Donald Trump is the man. He cannot be questioned. As he lies about the 2020 election, as he talks about there will be prosecutions. I know it went long. I want to hear from you, though. Please sound off in the comments.
Let me share a little more with you. Just giving you some information. Be dumb if you choose to. I understand that a lot of things that you are writing in the chat has no actual conversation, no bearing on what is being said. You can just say dumb things. But I do understand that 4547 said he likes the uneducated voter. So the more you are unable to address or counter the facts that you are being given, the more you show how uneducated you are. Keep it coming and hit the like button while you're in here making dumb comments that you are, since you cannot argue any facts that are given.
Trump has completely and utterly lost his mind. He's always been crazy, but the degree of crazy that we're working with now is far surpassing anything he's done in the past. I mean, it is just off the charts how mental he is at this moment. So first, let me show you exactly what's happening around Greenland. Take a look at this. Trump sent a message to Norway's prime minister saying he no longer feels an obligation to think purely of peace because he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump said it's time NATO does something for the U.S. and gives up full control of Greenland, according to PBS. So he sends a letter
to Norway about the goddamn Peace Prize. And since he didn't win the Peace Prize, he's going to invade Greenland. Like one has anything to do with the other. So is it about security or is it about the Peace Prize? And Norway says that they don't have control it, but it's given in Norway. They definitely controls it. A whole motherfucking DEI. I want a Peace Prize. Fool.
The prime minister of Norway saying, well, since I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, maybe I'm not going to be so peaceful. And I think now you guys all have to give up. If you gave me the Nobel Peace Prize, maybe I wouldn't have forced you to give up Greenland. But now I'm going to force you to give it up because you snubbed me and didn't give me the Peace Prize. Oh, my God, bro. Now, by the way, Norway doesn't give out the Peace Prize. Did that stop him from doing this? No. Also, Maria Corina Machado, who was given the Nobel Peace Prize, literally not only dedicated it to Trump, but just physically gave it to him the other day, which he accepted. Even though the Nobel Committee said you can't just hand it to somebody else. She didn't care. And he was like, I'll take it. So he does kind of have the Peace Prize physically on him, with him. Okay? But think about, like, the irony here is going to, like, rip a hole in the space-time continuum. I'm so peaceful. I'm the most peaceful. But now I'm going to steal Greenland because you hurt my feelings. That would, like, be the absolute definition of a psychotic, sociopathic, bloodthirsty warmonger. You literally just kidnapped a sovereign leader of a foreign nation. You just did it. And you said, we're doing it to steal their natural resources and their oil and their minerals and their precious metals. That's what we're doing. And he's like, why don't you give me the Peace Prize? What? So we've now hit the point where Trump has gone beyond comic book villain status. Like, if somebody wrote a fictional character that did exactly this, people would say, that's too absurd, that's too preposterous, nobody's that goofy and silly with their evil. Like, you gotta reel it in a little bit and make it more realistic. It's so insane it's not even realistic, and he's actually doing it. He's worse than a cartoon villain. Jesus Christ. Homie is really creating the Fourth Reich right in front of our eyes, man. He really is. Then we get to this. Breaking, President Trump announces a 10% tariff on Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the UK, Netherlands, and Finland beginning February 1st. The tariff will be increased to 25% beginning on June 1st. Tariffs will remain in effect until the U.S. reaches a deal to buy Greenland. It's time for Denmark to give back, Trump says. Bro, you're tariffing like all of our top allies. He's tariffing our top allies, trying to coerce them and extort them into giving up Greenland. Okay, do you not understand the long-term consequences of this, y'all? I don't think you get it. I really don't think you get it. Like, it's over. Remember, I've always told you guys, Trump is acting in a way where he's like trying to force the hand of the world to get off the dollar as the world reserve currency. And he's only speeding that up. Now, like, nobody wants the dollar to be the world reserve currency because we are the fucking bully. We're the big bad bully in the world. We're the one that doesn't respect sovereignty and rights and independence. And the world's going to go, why do we work with you? China, at least, is not psychotic and they're good to their word. And that's exactly what's happening. Okay, so we do this, which is just like, it's that meme of the U.S., a drawing of the U.S. and stabbing itself repeatedly with a knife. And it's the other countries looking at the U.S. like, what the fuck? That's exactly what's happening here. Here's Stephen Miller, one of the shadow presidents. And he comes out and he said the following. You literally can't make this up.
Denmark is a tiny country with a tiny economy and a tiny military. They cannot defend Greenland. They cannot control the territory of Greenland. Under every understanding of law that has existed about territorial control for 500 years, to control a territory, you have to be able to defend a territory.
A politician in Denmark came out and said Stephen Miller has the psychology of a rapist. And that's exactly right. What he's describing is, well, wait a second. If you can't defend yourself, why wouldn't I have my way with you? Is that how it works? You see a female that you find attractive and you know you're stronger than her, so like, hey, I can do whatever the fuck I want to her. What's she going to do? She can't stop me. This is what he's using. This is the mindset he's using for international affairs and geopolitics. That is insanity. That's so insane. Guys, I'm beginning to think it's possible the U.S. empire within a decade is just totally crumbles. Totally crumbles. Because as soon as they get off the dollar as the world reserve currency, guys, after that, I mean, our economy just collapses. It's a house of cards. It comes down immediately. And we have a massive debt crisis. Because now, you know, there's no trust in the dollar anymore. So, I mean...
I have talked about BRICS. I have talked about the dying dollar. You have been warned about all of these things. You have been warned about all of these things, and now this is exactly what is happening.
I mean, they are playing with fire and they don't know or they don't care, or they're doing this on purpose, trying to destroy the U.S. on purpose because they're Manchurian candidates. They're fundamentally acting no different than a Manchurian candidate would act. This is insane. Threatening our allies, saying, well, you can't defend yourself, so I'm just going to steal you. What the fuck? That is the mentality of a rapist. All right, more. Danish military internal report says the U.S. military officials sought via unofficial channels information about key military facilities, airfields, and ports in Greenland that would be useful for an invasion, according to a newspaper from over there. So that's evidence the U.S. is serious about stealing Greenland. They're making moves behind the scenes to make a plan to steal Greenland. More, look at this. Jay says, now that the U.S. is emulating all things Kremlin, here comes the America must save the ethnic Greenlanders from Danish oppression campaign. That's literally exactly right. This is exactly what Vladimir Putin said when he illegally and offensively invaded Ukraine. He said, well, there's ethnic Russians in the east, and so we're protecting them. So we're really conquering Ukraine and stealing Ukraine for the good of Ukrainians. And now you have the New York Post. Greenlanders speak out against Danish rule. Quote, they stole our future. So now they're bothering to try to do we want to come save them and give them freedom and democracy. Like, oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? Whoever ran this headline should be launched into the fucking sun and tarred and feathered. I mean, this is insulting all of our intelligence. It's like with Venezuela, where Trump couldn't stay quiet about the real reason.
So have we heard anything else about these drug runners? Curiously enough, all of the ships are leaving the Caribbean now, on their way where? To the Middle East. So your war dollars is going towards the Middle East now. But what about all of those pesky little drug boats? I haven't heard a goddamn thing of work. How many of these drug cartels have they announced that they've captured since they have captured and have control of Venezuela? Huh? I would feel like such a fool if I was buying into and championing all the distractions and bullshit that comes out of this administration to distract from him being knee-deep in the Epstein files. We're doing all of this as raiding all of the treasure in the United States instead of helping the United States people. All of these follies to keep someone who his own Department of Justice told you is all through the Epstein files. But you will give up your lives to go on this trip of bullshit. because you're too stupid to vote in your own interests. But here we are.
And he's like, I'm stealing the oil. Whereas in the past, they would have said, oh, it's freedom and democracy, and we're trying to liberate them. Now, I'm stealing the oil. I mean, democracy or something. I mean, he's a dictator or whatever. Like, now we're doing this with Greenland? And as you can see, the community note here says, recent polls early 2025 show a majority of Greenlanders favor independence, with figures around 56 to 67% supporting it. But crucially, a significant portion, around 45%, oppose it if it means a decrease in living standards. Well, a majority rejects joining the U.S. 85% rejects joining the U.S. So they want to be free and independent. Short of that, they'd rather stay with Denmark. And then the last thing on their mind would be joining the U.S. Why? Because at least with Denmark, they get like free healthcare, free college, high standard of living. With the U.S., they get fucking dick. They get nothing. I mean, what are you importing? Fucking McDonald's and diabetes? Like, why would you want to join us? And they don't. They don't want to join us. Of course they don't want to fucking join us. New President Donald Trump is privately ramping up his focus on another target in the Western Hemisphere, increasingly complaining to aides in recent weeks about Canada's vulnerability to U.S. adversaries in the Arctic, according to 2 U.S. officials, a senior administration official, and 3 former senior U.S. officials familiar with the discussions. So in other words, he wasn't even joking about that one. Because you guys know, we've gone over the list, screaming that we want Panama, we're going to take Panama, we're going to take Greenland, we're going to take Canada, we're going to change the border with Canada. We don't respect the borders that were drawn up with Canada. And you go down the list, Mexico, he's threatened Mexico, he's threatened Colombia. This is what he does. Cuba, he's threatening them too. He's serious about all of it. And now he wants them to draw up plans to fucking take away the sovereignty of Canada. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you understand yet? People say I'm hyperbolic about Trump. I have been nowhere hyperbolic enough. I should have been more fucking hyperbolic. Are you kidding me? This guy, we need the 25th Amendment, or we need impeachment. We need to fucking get this guy out. We need to lock him up. He is a danger to the world. He's threatening World War III on a regular basis now. He's lost it. He's lost the plot. And every fucking bitch-ass Republican is marching right off the cliff. And all the Democrats, most of the Democrats, are not really saying much either. They're being quiet. Now, you might be thinking, well, hold on here. Let's see what even Republicans got to be like. Behind the scenes, they got to be like, I don't know about this, right? Wrong. Listen to what Ted Cruz says about it, this fucking weasel.
When it comes to Greenland, I want to commend President Trump for being single-mindedly focused on America first, on U.S. economic interest and U.S. national security interest. I believe it is overwhelmingly in America's national interest to acquire Greenland. A year ago, as chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, I chaired a hearing on the benefits to the United States of America of acquiring Greenland. Now, some folks in the press, they clutch their pearls and they say, well, what do you mean acquiring Greenland? How could that happen? Look, the whole history of America has been a history of acquiring new lands and new territories. Whether you go back to Thomas Jefferson making the Louisiana Purchase, about half of the United States of America today, or you go back to America purchasing Alaska from Russia. You want to talk about, at the time they called it Seward's Folly, it turned out to be an extraordinarily consequential purchase. Greenland has massive rare earth minerals and critical minerals. There are enormous economic benefits to America, but it's also, like Alaska, it is located on the Arctic.
Greenland has what? But 4547 said it's not about minerals, it's about mining. Is it about the minerals, or is it about setting up mines? Setting up mines to not mines? What was it? Setting up refining. Is it about the rare earth minerals? What are you going to refine if it's not about the rare earth minerals? It's about refinery. What are you refining? You're refining rare earth minerals to make a billionaire a trillionaire. Let's continue. A little while.
Which is a major theater for potential military conflict with either Russia or China. It's also critical for the Golden Dome and defending America from potential missile strikes. I commend the president for focusing on American national security.
So Trump farts out this idea, and Ted Cruz, more gas, please, sir. Yes. Oh, it smells lovely, lovely. You have got to be fucking kidding me. And then he just said, yeah, they got all these minerals, bro, trillions of dollars worth. So, imperialism, colonialism, steal the natural resources. We're back in the fucking 1700s and 1800s. We don't abide by sovereignty and independence and rights. We don't care about international law. That's dead. That's gone. It's over. I commend the president for focusing on American national security. What a sick joke. Trump didn't even mention Greenland when he ran in 2020. He didn't mention it. Why? Because if he mentioned it when he ran, wouldn't have gone so well for him. You can't do the no new wars shtick, and then as soon as you get in there, how about 7 new wars? Let's do 7 new wars. And that's exactly what's happening. He's doing all these new wars. And that's why he didn't mention it on the campaign trail, because nobody's for it. Guys, the lowest poll I've seen supporting stealing Greenland in the U.S. is 4%. The highest is 14%. Now, by the way, the fact that 14% hit that in any poll is like, those people need to be fucking locked up. Those people need to be in mental institutions. They're not okay. They're not okay, right? But having said that, that's your window, 4 to 14%. And he's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do that shit. And here comes Ted Cruz to tell him that his farts smell like fucking roses. All right. Here's what Bessent says when asked about this. Ready? Here we go.
As far as I have heard, has not taken military force off the table. If the United States were to take Greenland by force, how would that be different than Russia's annexation of Crimea?
Look, I believe that the Europeans will understand that this is best for Greenland, best for Europe, and best for the United States.
So, but military action is still on the table?
I haven't spoken with the president on that. And again, I believe that the Europeans will understand that the best outcome is for the U.S. to maintain or receive control of Greenland.
This is literally a terrorist death cult. I hope you guys understand that. It is a fascist terrorist death cult. Trump could decide to nuke Greenland tomorrow. They would defend it. Maybe for the first.
Okay. This link is in my description box under Davos disaster. Let me share a couple of more with you. Let's get into this. Oops, that's the wrong one. I apologize. Hold on 1 second. Let me share this one with you. Let's see what Canada has to say at the World Financial Forum. Since y'all think it's a joke, let's get into this.
Words. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition.
All right, let's stick with Davos. Let's stick with the world order here. Let's stick with leaders on a global stage who actually have the gumption and the leadership ability to call Donald Trump out on his shit. Now, Mark Carney here, the Prime Minister of Canada, our peaceful ally to the north, our neighbor, our good neighbor, filled with decent and loving people, accepting people. It is a nation that has placed empathy and politeness as it has become a trope about how apologetic and friendly Canadians are. It's stereotype for a Canadian to be super nice, because it's true largely. Obviously, they have their cross-section of dipshits in West United States. And Mark Carney, while not naming Donald Trump by name, absolutely calls this as it is. And I hope, here's my call to other world leaders, start treating Donald Trump like he is. Start acting as though there is a real threat to your countries, because Donald Trump is a modern day Hitler. You wouldn't sit around and laugh at the jokes of Hitler at a global forum like this. Certainly not knowing what we know now about Adolf Hitler, right? Well, Donald Trump is no different. He is imperialist. He is a conquest. He's a racist. He's rounding up black and brown people for the crime of being black and brown in the United States. Even citizens are not immune from this. So here is the Prime Minister of Canada really speaking more forcefully and accurately than any world leader that I've seen up to this point. And I, for one, am here for it.
For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable.
This bargain no longer exists. The old world order, both economic and military, and the ally, the station of allies between nations no longer exists. The great powers that we once considered great, and I guess sometimes altruistic, no longer exist. Yeah. We need to find new allies. We need to find new trade partners. We are being left in the dust by the rest of the world because Donald Trump wants to ally himself with countries like Russia, Hungary, the terrorist funding Saudi Arabia, Qatar. That's who he wants to be friends with. North Korea, maybe they're up next. China, he wants to be among countries that are of a global harm, that contribute to a destabilized planet, both economically and militarily, socially, culturally. Donald Trump wants to be an agent of chaos like he is, like he knows he can be. Because when the world is more unstable, he's able to put his thumb on it here and put his thumb on it here to make things better for himself so he can enrich himself. I'm going to talk later about the $1.5 billion almost that Donald Trump has profited himself in just 1 year as president of the United States. While MAGA, crickets. While Republican congressmen and senators, crickets. They're allowing him to be the dictator that he dreams to be because they have no loyalty to the United States. They have no fealty to the Constitution. They have no notion of respect for the oath, their own word that they gave to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Donald Trump is clearly that domestic threat to the Constitution. He's tweeted it. He's put it out on True Social that a fraud of this magnitude gives me the right to terminate all rules and regulations and articles up to and including the Constitution of the United States. And these fucking traitors side with him, the traitor, over their own oath to this document. These people who claim to be, oh, I'm a libertarian type. I have full respect for this document. We need to follow to the letter of the law, the Constitution, while he runs roughshod over it. The civil rights, the human rights of individuals in our country. If Donald Trump is willing to round up black and brown people in this nation, What do you think he's willing to do to the people of Greenland or Canada or Colombia or Venezuela or Cuba or Panama or Mexico or Nigeria or Iran or Norway or Denmark or Iceland? We'll throw that one in since he got confused today. It's time for the world to start treating Donald Trump even more aggressively than Mark Carney did in this mild pushback. You will lose everything if you do not. We're already losing everything here because there's too many politicians, even Democrats, that won't do the right motherfucking thing. Chuck Schumer, resign as minority leader. You're doing nothing. We'd be better off not having a minority leader. Hakeem Jeffries, step aside, sir. You could just be a congressman from Brooklyn. We don't need you as the minority leader when you do nothing. We need a lot more than just flapping lips. We need action. When Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing virtually the same thing I do, a man out of power, I have no power other than the reach of my audience, we're in a bad situation. Why is there not lawsuits day after day after day after day? Why is there not a press conference being given every single day of the damage that Donald Trump is doing? Every single day on the steps of the United States Capitol, here's what Donald Trump has done today. I don't know. More of this, less of the appeasing of the modern day Hitler. What do you think? I invite you to this conversation. Let's have it in the comments below this video. You can also call the voicemail line 714-576-4054. And of course, as always, you can email me daily@dollemore.com. Canada, you got a good one. Be proud. Be very pleased today at the performance of your prime minister, because this is bravery in the face of a despot that leads the Earth's most mighty military that's ever existed. It's a good thing. I love you. I appreciate you very much. I'll see you next time. Be genuine. Take care of one another.
I think that's a good place to pivot to some of the reaction, and then we can go back to some of this other stuff. So Carney, this is going to be a longer clip, but I think it's worth playing the entire thing because this is a seismic speech. This is the one where Trump is saying he wasn't that grateful, but this is a man that could not more fully embody globalization. Because he was a central banker in the UK, and then also over in Canada. And now he's the prime minister of Canada. Yet he's giving one of the most kind of clear-eyed analyses of what the international order actually is and is becoming. So let's roll Carney. I think this is worth listening to the entire thing.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes.
So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion.
Okay, we heard that part. We've heard that part. I just wanted to make sure. Here we go.
All right, happy Wednesday. Welcome to Breaking Points. Emily, how you doing?
Doing great, Ryan. Biked here. Everyone should know that. I checked the temperature, 17 degrees. So this is a real climate warrior.
It feels like 45 when you're on the bike.
If on the bike, it feels like 45. The temperature goes up.
It does, yeah, because you got your blood flowing.
Yeah.
We've got the Abraham Lincoln, which, by the way, it's such an indignity to the great man that this aircraft carrier that is on its way to Iran to launch strikes on it is named after our greatest president. Going to be deployed for malicious purposes, it seems like.
Isn't the Roosevelt also over there, which is a much better?
I mean,
that one is a little on the nose.
Yeah, and in any event,
first it was Kermit, then it was
the attack on Iran, which was postponed apparently because too much of our carrier groups, were busy doing regime change elsewhere. We're now, full steam ahead towards Iran.
Schedule is back on track.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt like, oh, okay, we're not going to get an Iran strike, a second round of war with Iran because there's no reason to do it. They're not attacking us, so we're not going to attack them. But no, I think, we're still going to do it.
We'll see. Trump is in Davos right now. So literally as we're speaking, we're going to break down his big speech at Davos. We're going to take you through some of the reactions at Davos to what's happened over the last several days in regard to Greenland and Canada. Mark Carney, Canadian Prime Minister, obviously gave a banger of a speech. So it's bouncing around everywhere right now. It definitely caught the attention of the entire chattering class, and for some interesting reasons, because I think, Ryan, it's fair to say, a pretty significant moment.
An obituary for American hegemony is what he was trying to write.
Yeah. So we're going to break it down. And we also have the markets opening in a bit. We're going to get to that as well, because yesterday, that way.
Yes. Trump knows how to play it.
Well, speaking of Trump, I was at the White House yesterday, and his briefing, he had at the last minute.
Not a briefing.
There's nothing brief about it. It was a longing. Yes. It was. There are no words. Yeah. he ran down a list of the 365 accomplishments for 365 days. It was like 2 hours long.
Wait, you're going to do how many accomplishments?
365.
I got stuff to do, man.
Of course, it was announced at the last minute, but people thought he would just be going through the highlights. No, he was going bullet by bullet through the list. So he answered questions from reporters towards the end of it.
This is after he was up till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Because he was at the college football championship.
Well, we know we have timestamps from Truth Social and.
No, come on.
This man just
Tremendous respect.
Greenland, A1.
I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark. Tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even.
I'm going to pull out of this. I cannot watch this one more time. It is in my description box if you want to hear it. Let's get ready.
Well, we're officially 1 year into Donald Trump's second term, and I've got to be honest,
I don't think it's going too well, to put it mildly. Just on the domestic front, more than 50% of the objectives laid out in Project 2025 have already been implemented. A secret police force is now going door to door to hunt down immigrants. They're also kidnapping people off of the streets and putting them in concentration camps where human rights abuses and deaths are common occurrences, mostly due to neglect, but sometimes because of straight up homicide, as was the case with Geraldo Lunas Campo, who was strangled to death in a concentration camp in Texas. They're also executing citizens in broad daylight with impunity and then treating the victim's family like they're the criminals. And that same
Is America great yet?
Gestapo-like secret police force is also functioning as a de facto personal paramilitary for the president, occupying cities run by his political opponents and terrorizing residents at his behest. And our descent into full-blown authoritarianism has happened so quickly that international human rights groups like Amnesty are sounding the alarm about the rapid erosion of human rights in the U.S., including freedom of speech, free press, freedom from political persecution, freedom from political intimidation, Fourth Amendment protection, such as due process, just to name a few. In fact, just 6 months in, political philosophers like John Werner Muller were already sounding the alarm about the total collapse of checks and balances, not to mention academics with expertise on fascism fled the country just months into Trump's second term. And mind you, millions of Americans knew that it would be bad to vote for a fascist, but they voted affirmatively for fascism anyway because so many of them thought that the upside would be that the cost of eggs would be cheaper. So let that sink in. But we're barely even scratching the surface on the domestic front because I haven't even talked about the blatant corruption from this regime or Doge. Remember that? Or the Epstein files. The American way of life has fundamentally changed within the span of a year. And it's not like things were great before, but I would give anything to go back to the time when things were only very bad. That sounds like utopian almost by comparison. But on the international front, it's arguably even worse because Trump has irreparably destroyed relationships that we've had with other countries for centuries. And the entire world sentiment towards the US can be summed up by this Danish member of parliament.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, fuck off.
He's basically speaking for the rest of the world. And can you blame anybody for feeling this way? The Prime Minister of Greenland
I hope they come for you. Oh, but no, it seems like you are the ones they are coming for. You thought that they were coming for everyone else. You don't understand that they are coming for you now. Let's continue.
is now telling residents to prepare for a possible invasion by their supposed ally, the United States. And Denmark has even deployed troops to Greenland as tensions escalate. Unexpectedly, the threat of a U.S. invasion has led to protests in Greenland, with both Danes and Greenlanders wearing red MAGA hats, which state, "Make America go away." Who can blame them? And Greenlanders in particular are now faced with a choice. Do they flee the country if the U.S. invades, or do they stay and fight? And this woman is making preparations to flee the country and explaining to her parents that she's not going to be able to take them with her, while others are committed to staying and fighting a potential U.S. invasion. But they're not alone, because Trump is simultaneously threatening to invade Mexico, and the country's population is reasonably on edge as well as a result, with their president having to reassure citizens that the U.S. military activity in their vicinity isn't a sign of an imminent invasion, because, I mean, they think that it might be, given what Trump has said. And even Canada is preparing for a potential U.S. invasion, something that they say is unlikely, but they still think that that's warranted given Trump's numerous threats to annex them as well. And I can't stress this enough, our reputation will never, ever recover from this. And it's not really clear yet if we're going to have free and fair elections going forward, but assuming that we do, assuming one day we get a normal president who tries to restore American democracy and rebuild the liberal international order that Trump trampled on, countries are still never going to want to trust us ever again. Can you blame them? They're right to never trust us again. Who wants to sign a treaty with us when a future fascist president can just renege on it immediately? Who wants to make a deal with the country when the same leader you just made a deal with reneges on said deal? Like, Trump just struck a deal with European countries last year, and he's now announcing new tariffs on them as a punishment because they don't want him to invade Greenland. And then there's also the letter. We haven't even talked about the fucking letter yet, where he sent a letter to the leader of Norway admitting that he is wanting to invade Greenland because he's salty about not winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Even though the Norwegian government doesn't control who wins the prize, that's an independent body, and they also aren't even in control of Greenland, that's Denmark, so why he sent them this letter.
And are we going to talk about the text message that he shared from the leader of France, Macron? He put their whole text thread out. So do you think that another nation is going to trust 4547?
I don't know, but I mean, we will never live down the humiliation that is Donald Trump, and we don't deserve to. The way that the world has to kiss his ass and coddle him like a child and stroke his ego and give him fake trophies and whatnot, like, it is truly one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And whether we like it or not, that is going to be how the world views Americans in perpetuity. And to be honest, it's not that far off, right? Us sane Americans, though, we're going to have to pretend to be Canadians for the rest of our lives if we ever travel abroad, because, like, I have too much pride to ever be associated with whatever the fuck that is. And on the subject of Donald Trump making a fool of himself and threatening allies, he just threatened a 200% tariff on France because Macron doesn't want to join his dumbass Board of Peace or whatever the fuck he's proposing now.
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, that's all right. What I'll do is, if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently.
So let me get this straight. Trump is saying, I don't want him to join, but if he doesn't join, I'm going to punish him for not joining, but he doesn't have to join if he doesn't want to join, although he probably didn't even say that he doesn't want to join. What the fuck, man? Like, he is actually insane. And if the cabinet doesn't invoke the 25th Amendment, you might as well get rid of it, because if it's not used now, it's clearly never, ever going to be used. I will never get over the fact that this fucking guy is America's first dictator. Like, I always imagine it'd be somebody who's extremely suave and intelligent and charismatic and not overtly Machiavellian, but instead, it's this bloated, moist pedophile with the IQ of a doorknob who wears orange clown makeup that he couldn't apply evenly if his life depended on it. Like, how is this real life? How is this actually the reality that we are fucking living in? But I do want to be clear, because there are actual consequences for what Trump is doing internationally, and it would be bad enough if it was just our reputation and credibility on the line. But if he keeps antagonizing our allies, they could utterly ruin us in a plethora of ways. Our economy could collapse if the world chooses to abandon the dollar as the reserve currency. Europe is already threatening to use an anti-coercion instrument known as the trade bazooka, where they collectively impose crippling tariffs on the US to crush our industries. A top French economist is calling for retaliatory action against American oligarchs like Elon Musk in order to punish Donald Trump. And if
is America great again yet?
Denmark in particular really wanted to make us suffer, they could cut off our access to their pharmaceuticals, including Ozempic and even insulin. And since America gets around 74% of its total insulin supply from Denmark, that could lead to an actual shortage of a drug that people need to survive. And this is something that they're weighing as a countermeasure to Trump's imperialist aggression. And Trump seems to still think that other countries need us more than we need them, even after China just clapped his cheeks in the trade war. China stopped.
Wow, interesting. Deleting messages. Why wouldn't I delete messages talking about Biden? If you cannot converse about the topic that I am displaying or speaking on, you're welcome to leave. You're not welcome to drop propaganda in my chat. So fuck you and fuck your wow, because I do not allow any propaganda in my chat. You can agree to disagree, but you have to be able to converse on the topic that I am talking about. Wow, that. You're too dumb to not understand how to remain in the chat. Let's continue.
Buying U.S. soybeans from farmers in America, and they're instead now buying them from Argentina. And now American farmers, most of which voted for Donald Trump, by the way, are at risk of losing their farms because of the policies of the dipshit that they voted for. But destroying entire industries wasn't even a wake-up call for Donald Trump, apparently.
There's plenty of people who don't disagree, but you're not allowed to drop propaganda in my chat. I said what I said. You can disagree, but disagree with some actual facts. We're not talking about Biden. Biden has nothing to do with anything that is going on. All of these Trump bullshit that Trump is doing in the United States right now. So no, if you want to talk about Biden, go to some right wing place where you guys are under some type of delusion that what Trump is doing to America is not ruining America. Go on and try to pretend like everything that is happening in the United States a year since 47 has been in office. If you want to cry about Biden, go over to a channel where Biden is being cried about. If you want to disagree with your facts, not propaganda. I think I'm clear.
Because he is still antagonizing the rest of the world as if there's no consequences. And the rest of the world have mostly kept their powder dry up until this point. But based on some of the comments made by world leaders at Davos, you really do start to get the sense that tensions have reached a boiling point. Like, just listen to some highlights from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech, and you understand that they are not playing games anymore with us.
It seems that
Yes, please remember to hit the like button. Please remember. And please,
every day,
please remember to hit the like button. This link is in my description box under Davos disaster. Thank you. If you don't like it, you're welcome to leave. You are very, very welcome to leave.
we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons, tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure.
To translate, he's saying we are disentangling the Canadian economy from the U.S. economy so that way they can't use their financial might as a weapon of leverage against us to get us to do what they want.
Well, pretty much the same thing that all the nations that have gone to come together with the BRICS Union, and pretty much is devastating the dollar, making the United States a third world country, a devaluing the United States dollar. So if you want to hear, let's hear this propaganda. Let's hear this propaganda that's being ignored. as much as the for-profit
rhetoric.
media
This was like a reorganization.
should be telling you this propaganda on Ken Klippenstein page, which I have shared with you on many occasions. Let's get into the propaganda that is not being talked about. The propaganda that your media told you that this was about tax laws. No, this is about anybody disagreeing with the government, anybody who can be reported by anyone in the United States. You can call the FBI and report your neighbor for being un-American, unchristian, unchristian, having radical sexual identity ideology, against capitalism. All of these things that are in the NSPM 7 that will allow your government to mark you as a domestic terrorist, along with all of the information that Palantir is collecting on you to predetermine if you are a criminal. That is also listed in the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. Let's talk about that. Since you guys know so much, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the NSPM 7. Since you guys want to talk, talk, talk. Oh, no talking? All of a sudden, there is no talking. See how that works? Do you see how that works? All of a sudden, you are silent. Stay that way unless you can converse like adults. Let's continue.
Programmatic machinations of rolling out this fascism in this country. I mean, I don't know how else to articulate it. Like, we see on the ground these jackbooted thugs, but in the between there and the administration, it is backfilled with would-be laws, and this is the sort of the scary shit when fascism comes to town. What they do is try and make everything fit within a so-called legal framework, and that's what they've been doing. And nobody's been reporting on it better than you, Ken, I should say. And I really appreciate you coming on to talk about it. As far as I know, you were the first person to report on this NSPM 7, the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, right? Or at the very least, I know you got an early copy of it. I can't remember now because it was more than 35 minutes ago, and I don't remember anything prior to that.
Yeah, that's right. The initial reporting on it was kind of interesting. So many outlets just got it wrong because they confused it with the presidential designation of Antifa as a terrorist group. And it kind of shows you how much they're able to hide in this bureaucratic morass of national security because it's so complicated that even the practitioners don't often understand the full extent of what's going on.
And now, is that why do they do that? Is that by design? Is it so that they can internally say, look, here's the memorandum. What you guys are doing is legal. I mean, is that what's going on here?
Yeah. So in the case of the Trump directive, another reason that I don't think it was taken very seriously outside of shows like yours, which have been fantastic about having me on and people seem engaged and seem to care about it, which is part of my puzzlement at Congress not making more of an issue of it. Because anyone I tell, I'll just quote a few parts from it. It defines terrorism along what are called indicators, or indicators that the document, which is, you can go on my newsletter and read it. It's right there. I'm not making this up. I'm not editorializing here, although it's going to sound like I am. It identifies indicators of terrorism as being anti-Christian sentiment, anti-American sentiment, anti-capitalist sentiment, anti-quote traditional family values, whatever that means. So this casts a very wide net.
Traditional family values from 45-47 administration. He's going to send the Department of Defense 45-47, who's on his third wife, who hadn't been together with the second wife, who has been with the second and the third wife prior to leaving the first and the second wife. Traditional family values are things that they are going to benchmark you and allow your neighbors to report you to the FBI with a 1-800 number that they want to be amplified more, so that more people are reported for not having the correct family values. And he's going a Palantir who is embedded with the Department of Defense. With the Secretary of Defense. It's not Secretary of War. It is the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense. He's on his third wife as well, and they are trying to create laws that say something about you not having the correct family values. And they're going to put you on a little Palatine list to predetermine your criminality, and also give you a score via Palatine. And once your score gets so high, go ask the Palestinian people what happens when your Palatine score gets too high. Oh, you can't ask them because they have been removed from the planet because their score has been too high. Your news media isn't telling you about this? I've told you about this many a time. If you haven't gone to Ken Klippenstein's Substack, you may want to avail yourself to that while you are in here talking about propaganda. While you're in here talking about propaganda to me, you may want to avail yourself to somebody 3 months prior, was it February of this year, who talked about how the United States government was flying B-2 bombers alongside Israel near the Iranian border, actually preparing to strike Iran. I think it was February of this year. So all of you who were surprised, like, oh, there was an attack on Iran. Well, if you hadn't just been listening to propaganda, you would have gone over to Ken Klippenstein's Substack, where I told you the information had already been leaked, where I told you and I showed you the facts, the actual paperwork that he obtains, the actual things that he cite his sources and show you his work. Oh, I may be talking to a lot of 45, 47 voters. You don't know what citing your source is. I'm sorry. You would have to be educated to know what that means. Where he actually dropped receipts. You guys know what receipts are? And where he actually dropped receipts, and the United States said, "Oh, no. That's not what we're doing. We're just teaching them how to fuel planes in the air, and it's not what you think." But meanwhile, Ken Klippenstein also showed you and leaked to the Israeli press, who said that they were doing exactly what you thought that they were doing. They were preparing for strikes in Iran. But y'all didn't see it coming. That was old news. Oh, y'all watching propaganda and the both sides do it. And I guess that was Biden's fault. I guess that was Biden's fault that once the story got out, your military lied to you. But you think they're telling the truth. Now, back to the NSPM 7.
And it's not symbolic. I think another part is that Trump says so many crazy things. I can empathize with media's frustration with knowing when to take it seriously or not. But I think what was missing here was that context to realize that NSPM 7 stands for National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. Presidential memorandum is very serious. There's only 7 of them. That's what the 7 refers to. 6 is classified. They're usually classified. When Carter had his own memorandum in the 1970s, changing the nuclear posture of the U.S. Vis-a-vis Russia, this created...
Who is we? Who is we who hate Israel? Who is we? Who is this we you speak of? Who is this we? Stating facts means you hate Israel? Does stating facts mean you... that's propaganda, bitch. Bye. That was your last chance with the bullshit. Let's continue.
A huge backlash, and there were protests, and because it was understood that that is a high-level strategy articulation to all of the federal government that, hey guys, this is our new priority set for the next 4 years. So it wasn't rhetoric. This was like a reorganization of the national security state around terrorism as defined by those indicators I was just describing.
And we should also say that I don't know that we have had a more compliant executive branch. And by that, I mean, in terms of like these agencies, I don't know that we've ever had the amount of turnover and the amount of political appointees in these agencies. So to the extent that this memorandum would have the force of law or a force of regulation, it's a directive to an incredibly compliant national security state at this point.
Yeah, it can't be stressed enough how different this Trump administration is in regards to national security. That's what I focus on in my newsletter. In the first term, you know, there are certain through lines between each term, but Tulsi Gabbard is director of national intelligence. You know, he tried to get Gates and didn't quite pull that off. Got Bondi, who's probably the most pliant attorney general in U.S. history, and that's an extraordinarily powerful position. You have Kash Patel, you have Pete Hegseth. So those guardrails in the form of people familiar with the institutions that have some kind of, you know, self-definition of themselves as like, I'm someone who cares about the Defense Department as an institution, that doesn't really exist anymore. So I think that point is well taken.
When we hear reports, and we've had 6 members of the DOJ Civil Rights Division quit in the past like 3 or 4 days because of the failure of investigating Jonathan Ross, I believe it's Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who was responsible for shooting and killing Renee Good. They have resigned because of the failure to investigate that. However, we're also hearing that the FBI is investigating both Renee Good and her partner. I don't know if she was officially married to this woman, but when we talk about investigation of people who hold anti-traditional family values, I mean, I know what traditional family values means because, you know, 20 years ago, this was the debate that, you know, brought George W. Bush to make a primetime appeal to the American public as to why we should change the Constitution to outlaw marriage equality. And this is I mean, when they say anti-traditional family values, they're talking about gay people who are married or coupled. And I imagine also, you know, trans people or any type of setup that isn't man, woman, boy, girl, and picket fence. And so this is grounds for them to find that Renee Good and her partner were essentially domestic terrorists.
Well, NSPM 7's fingerprints are all over this because if you go, and again, the document is public, you can read it. They describe anti-ICE sentiment and threats to ICE as terrorism. And there was a follow-on directive from Attorney General Pam Bondi, which explicitly mentions the details that describe the incident perfectly. It talks about threats to ICE agent as including quote, impeding or interfering with ICE operations, which, to be clear, is illegal. But they've cast it now as some kind of domestic terror threat to the officers, which, if you watch the video, you can say that, her car being parked was blocking things, but there's just no evidence. I mean, I don't see how anyone can watch that and say that there was some kind of violent intent there. I just don't know what to say about that. But anyways, that is explicitly mentioned in the Pam Bondi follow-on directive that was in response to NSPM 7. So what that means is the whole of federal law enforcement and the intelligence community has been tasked with finding examples of that, and it's created a psychological environment where they see that as terrorism. They see it as aggressive. That's been one of the most alarming parts about reporting on this, is realizing how much these guys really believe that stuff. And it might sound like rhetoric to us, and we can laugh it off, but if a person's information diet is, first of all, like the federal bureaucracy you're working in there, and then maybe you have conservative media, you're going to be bombarded with these stories about these, hordes that are coming to kill you or whatever. And some number of people do believe that within the agency. So anyways, I think that also gives context into why they're trying to find evidence of terrorism associates of goods, because another part of NSPM 7 is mapping out the structures, finding the, quote, funding. I interviewed one person that had gone to an anti-ICE protest in Arizona, and he described to me he had video of this on the Ring camera. I published the video, you can watch it, 2 FBI agents visiting him and asking him, one of the questions that he described to me was, what can you tell us about the funding of this operation? And he's like, funding of the operation? What do you mean? And they say, the protest. And he said, as they kind of went back and forth, that he realized they really believe this stuff. Like, he tried to tell him, he's like, it was spontaneous. Like, we just see deportations, people were upset. I saw it on Instagram. I just went out there. They were like, yeah, but who's running it? They really, there are elements within the FBI and federal government that think that there's going to be some shadowy cabal that they're going to go and find. And so I think that's what's happening in the background here.
Yeah, I think it's very easy for people to underestimate the depth in which I just remember, back in 2004, I remember talking to he was maybe a sergeant at that point. I think we had him on the show. He had written a book, and we had him on for the book. And then we started talking to him in the run up to the RNC, and this guy was seemingly normal in many different ways, but was absolutely convinced that that there was like all sorts of the hordes were going to descend on New. They were geared up, and that's part of what is done. Like they are stoked and dipped in these sort of like conspiracies. But we should also say this both has the impact of creating a mentality amongst these feds, and it also provides a legal framework for them, or at least an instructive framework in which the way they should behave, and some semblance, at least from the leadership, that they have justification for what they're doing. Let's talk about you've written a bunch of different stories I'd like to hit.
There's so much here.
There is so much there. So avail yourself to Ken Klippenstein. Please, please, please. Let me make sure. Let me make sure there is nothing else. I think that's it for today. I appreciate you all coming out. Hit the like button on your way out, and I hope you have a great remainder of your day. And remember, all the links that I shared today are in the description box. So I hope you guys have a great day, and I'm out of here. Bye-bye.